All right. I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Education to order. The board just met in closed session and took no reportable action. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here this evening. And I'm going to throw this over to Dr. McGee.
Well, great. Thank you. We are here to celebrate two of our members who are leaving the board and are leaving a legacy that has already made an enduring difference and will continue to do so. And I had the opportunity to take this photo at our last focus group, and it reminds me of you more than any photo I have, and you just sense all about Camille, this intense engagement and love for our students. And but I know you didn't come to hear me at this point. We're going to have a chance to hear from all the board members, but we have some special guests I'd like to introduce, and I know they wanted to say a few words tonight, so I asked them to step up here. First, we'll start with our legislative aides from Senator Hills and Representative Gordon's office. And Olin has something to say there, too. So our legislative aides, please.
We will keep it brief, so so my name is Alex Kobayashi. I'm here on behalf of State Senator Jerry Hill, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight to recognize the two outgoing board members, and I'm here to specifically to thank board member Camille Townsend for her service here at the Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Education. We all know that Palo Alto has the finest schools in the country. And
Yay!
And that's due in great part to the hard work of the students, the parents, the teachers, and staff. And that all comes down from the leadership, and that's from the superintendent and from the Board of Education. And for the past 12 years, Camille's used her skills as a counselor, as a lawyer, and as a teacher to help the school district make continued improvements. And her dedication and expertise has helped the school district increase its graduation rates, and it continues to work to reduce the achievement gap in our schools. So, and additionally, as you all know, because you're residents here, you've supported bond measures and parcel taxes, and that's been due to the leadership of Camille in her 12 years and 2 stints as board president. So we owe a great debt of gratitude to you. So on behalf of Assemblymember Gordon, Francesca here, Senator Hill, and the tens of thousands of students who have come to our schools, thank you so much. And we have a resolution here that we wanted to present to you in gratitude for all of your work.
Well, how lovely. Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm Francesca Segre, and I am here from Assemblyman Rich Gordon's office. I'm here to recognize Camille Townsend and Heidi Emberling this evening and the incredible service that both of you have dedicated to Palo Alto and to making the schools better for all the children. In talking to some of your fellow trustees, Heidi, I understand you're really strong for early childhood education. That has been an issue that Assemblyman Gordon has championed as well. And so pleased to have your leadership with that. I understand you've been with the PTA, the site council, this, all the way up to here at the school board, also with the planning commission, housing. You are all over Palo Alto in helping Palo Alto become a wonderful, wonderful city. And we are all very excited to see what you do next in terms of your service to the community. So thank you very much. And we have a couple of placeholders right now from Senator Hill's office, and then also from Assemblyman Gordon's office, and we'd like to present to you. And then we'll also be bringing you another one, just like Camille had, but with very specific and detailed information about you personally. So we'd like to present this to you.
Great, thank you. And Oh, what do you know? We also have a picture of Miss Emberlin with students and, and their favorite places. Next, I'd like to introduce our county officials, County Supervisor Joe Simidium and County Board Member Grace Ma. Could you please come up?
Thank you. No, I want to thank both Heidi and Camille for all their work that they've done for the school district. And particularly for Camille, I want to present a couple of gifts. One are the fiery sunflowers that show her spirit and tenacity and her fierce work and efforts for making Palo Alto and kids come first. And then the second thing, of course, for an educator are books. And these are for you as a grandma, but they are the basic ABCs, which Olin certainly will learn, but also I'll teach my dog a lot of words, and that helps because a lot of those words will be in Chinese. And I especially want to thank you for all the support through all the years, all 13 plus of Mandarin Immersion, and making it a successful program as it is. You've been a champion, you've always been there, support, 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 and we are forever grateful. And then the last two books, one is Put Me in the Zoo, because you're so special, and you are certainly someone to be admired for the years to come, in addition to for the years that you've already put in. And the last one is Go Dog Go, because you're always the go-getter. Ever since the very beginning when you were trying to save our basic aid and working with postcards and going all the way up to Sacramento, and you're just always on the go. So best wishes, Camille.
Thank you so much. We get a group.
Heidi and Camille, my message is uncharacteristically short. Thank you. I spent 8 years behind that dais, as you know. I think I have some sense of what you've both given, the sacrifices that you've made. I remember former Superintendent Jim Brown, who, when asked, what advice would you give any new superintendent or a new member of the board, and he said, always remember that there are 2 rules you have to follow to be successful. Rule number 1, remember that in Palo Alto, everything is an issue.
Really?
Rule number 2, if you come across something that isn't an issue, go back to rule number 1. You know that because you've been dealing with those issues in this most challenging of venues. I have said before, and I will say again tonight, I've been privileged to serve at 5 different levels of government: school board, city council, county supervisor, state assembly member, and mayor. The toughest of those jobs by far was being a member of the school board. You are responsible for the thing this community holds most precious, its children. You will never have, and never have had, the resources you needed to do the job the way you wanted to get it done, the flexibility you needed to make the right decisions, but you had all of the accountability that comes with being a locally elected school board member. So again, my thanks to you, because I'm from Palo Alto. I know the value of Palo Alto real estate, which is why your resolutions are over by the chocolate cake, where I'm hoping everybody will have a chance to see them. But really, I could have just stopped after thank you. What you have done for the kids in this community is a gift to each one of them individually, but more importantly, it's a gift to the entire community that we will value for the rest of our lives. And thank you for your service. That's the message I bring tonight from the County of Santa Clara.
Now, in addition to Joe, we have a few other former board members here. I see Barbara C. Klossner and Dana Tom, Barbara Mitchell. So I'd like to ask Barbara and Kevin and any other former board members to come up and say a few words. Kevin and Barbara, can you join me?
Dana wanted to speak as well.
Yeah,
I
Dana
always
said-
refer to a board member.
So these are my retirement clothes.
Oh,
Nice to be back in my retirement clothes.
wow.
So first, I'd like to take this opportunity, because it's been a while since I've been back here, just to thank all of the board members for your service to the community. You do a lot of heavy lifting. Most people don't realize the number of hours, as Joe was saying, that you put in, your heart, your devotion to kids is so appreciated. And also to thank Max and the administrators and teachers, educators that are here too. It's good to see you all. And I wanted to congratulate our new board members, Jennifer and Todd. And I was mentioning to Ken, I think you're going to be entering a series of years where you'll be working together for a number of years, and that's going to be a source of strength for you as well as all of us who will be the beneficiaries of that. But the biggest reason I'm here is to appreciate. Was that you, Camille?
No.
Is my timer up?
That was terrible.
I had the pleasure to serve alongside these two women for 9 years with Camille, and for was it 2 years with Heidi. They are so devoted, so full of integrity, so full of heart and thoughtfulness, and I wanted to thank you and honor you tonight by being here as your other colleagues are here. A few couldn't be here, but we represent them as well. And I am so confident that you will bring your sense of heart and devotion to kids and your integrity with your next adventure. So I do wish you the very best.
Thank you. Thank you, Barb.
Good evening. It's been 2 years since I've been here, probably at a night just like tonight. And, you know, I know as a board member, you often don't like to hear a lot of repetition. I sort of remember that. But I'm going to repeat a little bit here because I have to honor, well, I have to thank all of you. But in particular, I do want to honor Camille and Heidi because it was my honor to serve with you and see you bring your A games day after day after day. And it's not just about the board meetings in the evenings. I mean, I saw that care and commitment expressed 24/7, 365, and it was a beautiful thing to see. And so you should feel great about the contributions you made to this district, for our children, for our future. And I know you'll have a great time after this. You know, even though it's been said that for you to receive balanced feedback, you're supposed to have a ratio of like 7 to 1. And we're just trying to make a little dent on that because you often are not thanked enough. And so it's going to take a lot to get the 7 to 1 positive to negative. But let me assure you, though, that there is life after the board. So have fun.
Excellent. Thank you, Jenny.
Hi there. I know you've actually seen me on the other side, so I do want to just thank you both. I guess I'll tell the story that I've spoken to many people who've thought about running for school board, who have run for school board since I was a board member, and I always caution them. I say, it is a really tough job. Are you really sure you want to do this? And so, you know, obviously I truly appreciate everything that you have both done and all of you on the board right now. But also I want, as you know, because I've been here, unlike those guys, have been here several times talking on behalf of Dreamcatchers and the after-school program for low-income middle school kids that we're running. But what I do want to do is, now that you're not on the board, is to welcome you to the other side. There's so much good work to be done. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more.
Dr. Skelly is here.
Okay,
Welcome.
so let me first say a few words about Heidi. When I first met Heidi was, I think, at a study session several years before she ran for the board. And at that time, she was interested in learning as much as she possibly could. And her approach to her work, her approach to constantly learning was something that she did throughout her pre-board time. And then when she got on the board, she was really ready to serve and really had thought about those issues and asked lots of questions. And so I think that growth mindset that you exhibited was something that really worked well in this work. And then I think, I think about some of your legacies here, besides the wonderful facilities that I got a chance to go around with Bob Golton before and see them finally finished, is the work that you did around early childhood. And I think that's a particular skill and expertise that you brought in the board. And I know Sharon Keplinger is back from retirement and here tonight just because of you. And then I also remember all the great fun you would bring to the holiday parties with your music and playing. And I will always remember your wonderful laugh when things were light. And then Camille, you hired me as superintendent. And I think, and I remember you were president of the board that year. I should mention that I tried to get Mary Frances to come down here from Seattle, which would have been nice.
That would have been nice.
For this
She's
event.
back east, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then I know from our years together how brave you are. And I think on a board in a community sometimes where it can go one way if somebody doesn't say something, and you were always willing to step up and say what needed to be said. And then also, what a great champion of learning you are. How particularly happy you were when you saw results that showed students learning, or students came and presented and did a wonderful job, or presented a really clever argument. And so I think that sense of learning is something that's so important in any community, but particularly in this community. I know how much you love kids, just like all the board members, loved going to games, to concerts, and to events, and how much you love this district. And when it was under attack for basic aid, there you were. So both of you, whether it was a turkey feast or a kindergarten starting date, it's just amazing how much you love kids. And I think sometimes in discussions about minutia, we lose sense of that. But that's something that you both have really brought to this work. And so thank you for the things I learned from you.
Thank you, Howard.
And next we have the president of the Palo Alto Education Association, Terry Baldwin. And I think we have, I thought I saw Meb Steiner here, or Mike, somebody from CSEA wants to join us. That'd be great.
Can I say one more thing? I blew it. You'll have to let me do this one time. I promised Susan Charles that I would read something that she wrote at this board meeting. And you know Susan was a longtime principal at Ohlone, and so her words will be important, I think. Mrs. Townsend, it is with sincere appreciation that I say thanks to you. It has been an honor to have worked with you and experience at firsthand your dedication to the community, your appreciation for our teachers, administrators, and staff in the Palo Alto Unified School District. You work tirelessly for the good of all the children and want what is best for them. I would also like to say a personal thank you for your commitment and resolve during the trying times of launching the Mandarin Immersion program at Ohlone. You never wavered in your support. It takes courage.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to both of you on behalf of all the teachers. You've really both been champions of our students, but also of our teachers. And I want to personally thank you because I've worked closely with both of you, and your support for teachers, but also for me personally in this position. I know that whole 7-to-1, it's not, I don't think any of us get that. But it's been such a pleasure, and you're going to be greatly missed, both of you, and thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Meb Steiner, president of CSEA, representing our classified folks. And I, too, want to express my thanks to Heidi and to Camille, to all of our board members, actually, for their service. But since we are going to be losing you and missing you up there, I speak to how wonderful it's been to work with both of you. I think that it's become an incredibly collaborative and cooperative, wonderful partnership. And I so appreciate how much you have shown your value for the work that classified staff do for our school community. And it's shown in so many different ways. I know Heidi has worked a lot on the BPRC. Camille and we have met many times. It started with being included on the visit before we hired Dr. McGee. And that was a wonderful trip to Chicago to have a chance to spend time together and get to know one another. And it's extended into including the importance of training and professional development for classified staff and the commitment that you have both shown and this board has shown. And I cannot express enough thanks, because it's not always the case, not in every school district. And I think it says a lot about our community and about both of you personally, that you value the folks who sometimes do what, the little jobs, not the glory jobs, but the really, really important jobs that make our schools safe and inviting and comfortable for our students and teachers and parents and for all of us. So thank you so, so much for all of your support of all of our classified staff. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mike Vandiver, First Vice President of CSEA. I just wanted to tell Heidi and Camille, thank you very much for all your years of service, but mostly to Camille for the wonderful friendship that you and I have kindled, is that right? Kindled all of these years, and you'll be sorely missed, and I'm certainly glad that you're still going to be helping us in other areas. Thank you both. Thank you for the entire board very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Good, and I'm going to offer the appreciation from the administrative team in a moment. But first we have Ms. Chow from the Mandarin Immersion Program that wanted to say just a quick word. So, Ms. Chow.
Thank you. Camille, my name is Jade Chow. I'm a 7th grade Mandarin Immersion parent, also an Ohlone parent. And I just want to say thank you for doing what you've done and being so tenacious to get the program off the ground. We are all beneficiaries. I think there are many of parents in the audience like me. We are very glad to be expanding into Jordan. I'm also the PTA Vice President there now. And so I'm looking forward to working with the board and as well as the administration to make sure that we bridge that program from Ohlone all the way up to the high schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I know the board members are eager to have their say, but we have such a turnout of the administrative team tonight, and that is out of respect, admiration, appreciation, and love for the legacy that both you, Heidi, and you, Camille, have left. And I know board meetings are supposed to say Miss Emberley and Miss Townsend, but we are all on a first-name basis because I think we're all part of a big family. And you have been such leaders. We've all learned so much from you. Your positive presence in the schools, in the community, it's tangible what a difference it makes. And can we switch that Camille's picture back there? We've had Heidi's up for a while. So, but I want to talk about, Camille, you've left so many specific things that people have talked about, the parcel taxes, fighting for the state basic aid, the creation of this strategic plan. But I know I've appreciated you, I think, most of all for being a champion of mathematics and your advocacy for automaticity. How's that for a phrase?
Advocacy.
But even more so for being a champion of our teachers, our schools, and innovation. There was never a doubt that when you spoke, it was from the heart, from your whole inside and every cell of your being about our teachers, about our schools, about our innovation. I will share that the first email I received this morning that was not spam was from Camille Townsend talking about the NIST ratings for our school.
That's true.
It is true. The last day, and you can talk about that. I won't steal your thunder on that one.
That's all right.
But we do a lot with we did a lot with our administrative team with strengths finders, and there's 34 strengths in strengths finders, and I think all of you together have a lot more than 34. But these are just 3 that reminded me of Camille. An activator, making things happen by turning thought into action. An achiever, having a great deal of stamina and working hard, taking satisfaction from being busy and productive, and the third, positivity, an enthusiasm that is contagious, upbeat, and gets others excited about what they want to do. And when I read through those 34 strengths, those three just jumped out at me with your name all over them. And let's put Ms. Heidi's picture up for a moment. And of course, so many specifics for you, your championship for early childhood education, expanding transitional kindergarten. And Joe, you were so helpful in making that transitional kindergarten happen at the state level and sharing your support, and Heidi just bringing that throughout the community into the board. And then continuing on through full-day kindergarten, realizing if we wait until kindergarten, we've waited too long for so many kids. The support for the minority achievement and talent development. But again, looking kind of at the big picture, your boardsmanship. You are a model of grace under pressure. And no matter how flustered or you felt, you always were truly full of grace and compassion and understanding, of patience and of courage, and a careful listener. The strengths, again, of that 34, there's probably 38, 40 for both of you, but strategic springs to mind. Creating alternative ways to proceed. Faced with any given scenario, she can quickly spot the relevant patterns and issues. And you excelled at finding those patterns and connections. A maximizer, focusing on strengths as a way to stimulate personal and group excellence. I don't think I ever heard any deficit remarks from you. It was always about assets and strengths. Seeks to transform something strong into something superb. And finally, inclusiveness, accepting of others. She shows awareness of those who may feel or be left out and strive to include them. So on behalf of the entire administrative team who's here tonight, I want to extend our deepest appreciation, our most sincere admiration for all that you've done, for all that you've given, and leave knowing that you have left a truly enduring, lasting legacy that will continue to make a difference years and years into the future to thousands and thousands of Palo Alto Unified School District boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry, you might get me to cry on this one.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm flustered, and I don't know how to proceed. So I'll just adjourn. No, just kidding. That's a joke. Okay, so traditionally we've allowed the board to say a few words. I'm sure you might like to do that, so I guess I'll allow you 2 minutes, Terry. No. Can we start with Melissa?
Well, I had the pleasure of doing something when Barbara Mitchell and Dana Tom graduated, and I wrote them a letter. Well, I made a speech and I wrote it into a letter, and so I decided to do the same thing for you guys.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to read the whole letter because so much of what I wrote has already been said, but I would just want to say a couple of things about what working with you has been like and what I'm going to miss. First of all, Camille, every time I think of you, I think of the fact that you grew up in a family of 8 kids and how public education changed your trajectory and how important you've always felt public education is because it was able to change your trajectory and you expect it to change other people's. And you've held that up as a beacon. I think it's funny that no one mentioned how much you've talked about not just educational excellence, but grammar. And how important physical health and education is. The importance of libraries. I have never met anybody who loves libraries as much as you do, but I think probably your daughter, who's a librarian, is pretty close. And I just have so appreciated how important you've made and how passionate you've been about having community inclusion in decision making. You have really held that high, and it's been important. It's been important in so many decisions that we've made. I'm not sure that anyone mentioned, but you had 3 terms of board president. And it's not so easy to be board president, as Ms. Emberling will tell you. And I've appreciated that. You hired 2 different superintendents. And actually, I think you did both of those during your election cycles, which I'm sure was exhausting. You can't even remember, it was so exhausting. You know, you were here during a huge, huge time of enrollment growth, and we had a lot of decision-making to do around that, and then suddenly it slowed down, and you had no problem switching between the 2. I think you leave a legacy of a lot of different things, everything from buildings to innovative programs, to jokes that you told that I'll always keep remembering. Heidi, you came to the board with such enthusiasm, and your experience as an early educator, as Brioni's president, and a member of the PI board were all great background, but you just threw yourself into the learning curve for this position. And you had enthusiasm, and you had curiosity, and you asked questions through a lens that none of us were using, and that was the lens of early childhood education. And I think your tireless advocacy for that has been really important for the board over the last 4 years. I've really appreciated it. It's helped me look differently at where we should put our focus. So I want to thank you. Your positive, go high message as board president, as a board member, as a member of so many committees, as a candidate, and as a friend has been a really, really great example to set. I like that you use humor when things get a little stressful, and you made sure as board president that everyone was heard in a safe environment, and that's been really, really important, even when we've had difficult discussions, and I thank you for that. I think there's things around our board policies, particularly in bullying and harassment and character development, that we will continue to work on. Your banging the drums made it important for all of us, and we're going to continue to work on that. And I'm going to miss you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dauber.
Be short and sweet.
What's that?
Short and sweet.
Well, first for Camille, I have been privileged to be your right-hand man for the last 2 years on the board, and I've had the opportunity to observe what it is about you that has led the community to return you to this office 3 times. And I want to point out a couple of things that have particularly impressed me and inspired me. First is your love for students. You never take your eye off the ball about why we're here, why the district is here, about the importance of putting students first. And you are willing to go to any length in order to make that happen. And that passion and enthusiasm is just, it's inspiring to me. I have appreciated that. The other quality that you have that I think is really valuable and I have also admired is your commitment to local democracy and to your role as an elected official. And I think that you have as clear a vision as anyone on the board about what it means to be accountable to the community and to be a representative of the community in our schools. And I have learned a lot from you in that regard. I have appreciated both in open session and in closed session your wise counsel on thinking about the implications of these decisions for this organization and for students. So I will miss you as a board member.
Very nice. Thank you, Ken.
Heidi, I want to call to everyone's attention a couple of the characteristics that I particularly admire about you. One of them is your care and concern, not just for students, but for everyone that you work with, for your fellow board members, for teachers, for administrators, for staff members. You never lose a sense about the people in the situations that we work with. And it's easy to lose track of that. It's easy to get lost in principles and positions and politics, and you never have. And I've really appreciated that warmth. The other thing that I would like to point out about you is what I think of as your practical focus. Whenever I've heard you talk about an issue or talked with you about an issue, you're really grounded in what does this mean for our students? What is the practical implications of this? And it's been a ballast, I think, in your decision making and your service as a board member and as board president that has really served all of us very well. Even as we've encountered some difficult issues, you've been that practical, focused board member and board president, and I've really appreciated that. So thank you both for your service, and I'll miss both of you as my colleagues.
Thank you. Ms. Godfrey?
So let me just add to what's been said. As I sit as a thorn amongst the roses, as they say. Heidi, for me, your thoughtful approach as president has been a great example for me. I will admit I'm always not the most thoughtful person. Sometimes I jump head first into things, and so I appreciate the way that you have a considered way to think about issues and think about children. Of course, as has been mentioned, your focus on early childhood education is fabulous for our district, and even in my own family. If I can take a point of privilege and say, my 17-year-old son took a class that you had championed, the early childhood development class, and spent, spent once a week at Greendale with 4- and 5-year-olds, and at the end of the year came home and said, I want to be a teacher.
Yeah,
Thank you.
wow.
So I will miss having you by my side. I'm not going to cry, because I'll make you cry.
Yeah.
I'll miss having you by my side. Exactly. I appreciate the example you set. And Ms. Camille, having you on my other side, I think Niche this morning, you're my right-hand woman. I think Niche this morning published because they knew this was your last board meeting, and that you might want to say something about it, which I will leave to you to say. I've always appreciated the enthusiasm with which you attack our problems. I know that at the center of the things that you care about, it's always been consistent. A student making a year's progress in a year, every family seeing their student in every decision that we make, that everybody be healthy and happy, particularly physically healthy, which is one that comes up a lot. And you've been a constant in those for many years. The same son started in this district when you started in this role. You're the only person who has been in the same role his 13 years in this district. So you are the constant for my senior, and have always set an example of a shining light on achievement for our kids, pride for our kids, acknowledging their hard work, and I appreciate that very much. Your friends here have some gifts for you. One for you, and one for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we'd love to hear from John. David, because on Keith Snyder.
Yeah. Well, on a personal note, as Ms. Godfrey said, since I was a kindergartner until now, Ms. Townsend has served on the board every single year I've been at PAWS. So just a personal thank you for making all my time at PAWS so great. I couldn't ask for a better public school experience. To both of you, it's a little intimidating, I think. I can speak in Ankit. I don't know how long. I mean, Ankit's very uncomfortable up here, but as a student, speaking amongst all these experienced educators and adults. But thank you to both of you for making it, for being so friendly and approachable and encouraging, and always making me feel welcome up here on the board. And I think I don't think you guys could have set a better example for speaking up for what you believe in, and always, remaining composed, even when people are clapping.
Or not.
Yeah, or not clapping. So thank you for the example you set, and thank you for being so welcoming.
Thank you, David. Quick open.
Camille, do you want to open them?
Oh, or we can, I know Heidi and I probably both have a little something to say, which we want to do, but we want to open these gifts. Oh, and where could they be from? Is this from the Palo glass coin? Of course it is. These are from our students. How beautiful. Thank you. And their staff. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Gorgeous.
you. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Palo Glass.
Gorgeous.
They're beautiful. Oh, thank you. Oh, do you want to go? Me? Okay.
Because you're preparing, I'm not.
So, first of all, I want to thank the Palo Alto community. Thank you for electing me 4 years ago to represent you on the Board of Education. It's been a great privilege and a tremendous responsibility to serve this very passionate community. I'm proud of the contributions I've made in the areas of student social emotional health, in investing in early education and kindergarten, and in prioritizing professional development for our amazing teachers who work so hard every day on behalf of each and every student in their classrooms. We are stronger as a district when we find ways to work together towards our common goals. I have had the pleasure of working alongside some outstanding professionals in this district, teachers, principals, district leaders, and our superintendent. Thank you all for your commitment to social justice, to equity, and for keeping us focused on providing the highest quality educational experiences for every student in the Palo Alto Unified School District. I also want to give a heartfelt thank you to my dedicated, hardworking colleagues, past and present. Each of them is a fierce champion for students. Each of them governs with integrity, with passion, and with a strong belief that all students can succeed in our public schools. Thank you for inspiring me every week to lead with compassion, with intelligence, and with a keen focus on incremental steps towards our strategic goals. We hold our schools to a high standard here in Palo Alto. I am confident that my current board colleagues, students and otherwise, and our newcomers will continue the critical work of our school district, developing, nurturing, and empowering every child to reach his or her fullest intellectual, social, and creative potential. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to serve this community and these amazing students. It is an experience I will always treasure. Thank you.
You would think, given my years in the district, I would have a prepared speech, but I do not. What I do is some musings that I just want to bring to the fore. The first is one of great thanks to this community. My husband and I moved to this community, like so many, because of the schools. Stanford obviously was that beacon where my husband has worked these many years as an economist and teacher. It is the values of this community of which we are apart. And those are values that I really believe in every day. I do believe in. Thank you, Melissa. And thanks, everybody, for saying things I wanted to say, but you've said them already. As the youngest of 8 children, education is the gateway to opportunity. I was the youngest of 8 children. My parents only had 8th grade degrees. We breathed education. I know I have been able to do these 13 years because my entire family, my husband, my children, my sisters, my brothers, and everyone else know that education is the gateway to opportunity. There's so many people I want to thank, but I think there is a point, and I remember when Dana and Barb left, that we really do need to thank our families. Our families are exceptional. We could not do this work without their encouragement, without their commitment, without their belief. I can tell you that a very funny story as well is that they go beyond the call of duty. It was 2:30 in the morning, one in my first term of office, and someone is knocking on the locked door, 2:30 in the morning, mind you, on the locked door in front of 25 Churchill, wondering where his wife is at. Where was she? She was in a closed session, and she hadn't called home, and we were still there. Thank you, Ward Hanson, for coming, rescuing me, that 2:30 meeting. So for those of you who think we go late, you haven't seen anything, but we don't want to return there. I do. My daughter's a great source of inspiration and joy, as I understand every parent in this district. Our children are our inspiration, and they are our joy. And without them, I could not have done this job. Thank you, Eve, for flying in from Chicago, and thank you, Cressida, my son-in-law, Marius, and the baby. Did they leave already? It was the baby crying. Okay. And my grandson, Olin. It is just an honor to have them here and just appreciate them so. I do want to say thank you, Ward, my husband as well, whose treasured and thoughtful counsel has been so important these many years. He certainly helped me in my duties, and without his support and commitment, this would not have been possible. So thank you. Now, let me get to that headline that everybody else was referring to. It's my coup de grace here. Just today, or recently, Niche Rankings ranked Palo Alto Unified as the 2017 #1 district in the state of California. All 12 elementary schools received an A+, and this is the second year in the running. Do you take this for granted? Don't do it. Because education is the gateway to opportunity. We have to pay attention. Our community takes great pride in educating its students. It is our gift to this generation and our next. Our fundamental responsibility is to provide students with the skills, knowledge, and curiosity to succeed in life. Education opens doors, and it is the single best method for creating a more prosperous and equitable society. Excellence comes through engaged students. David, you are a prime example of one of our engaged students. Highly involved parents, knowledgeable and committed and respected teachers, and an engaged community that supports its schools financially and more. It is our job as district leaders to make sure this happens. I've had the pleasure of serving with 3 different superintendents, 2 of them here who I happened to be on the board when we hired you both. I never regret it. Thank you both. You're passionate, brilliant men, as was Mary Frances Callan as well, who really do think about the students, and it has been a true pleasure to serve with both of you with great affection. Thank you. My colleagues, yes, we do have our rumbles along the way, but it's all about good democracy, and that's what we expect. And I thank everybody here, my colleagues who showed up, and I believe, 13 times 2, so I've served with 26 student representatives and 12 or 13 some school board representatives. We each brought our point of view, and we are better off as a result of it. And just a couple more, and then I'm going to go. and go on to the rest of the business. But I got an email tonight. It was really thoughtful from a community member who was very, very appreciative, very thankful. And her 3 points, I think, are right. It's excellence comes through when we pay attention to detail, listening with an open ear if things need correction, and keeping important issues at the forefront and directly engaging the community. No board member makes this district better on their own. It is no one person that makes our district excellent or keeps it excellent. It is the concerted effort of the partnerships that make things happen. The reasons you see your school board members in your communities all the time, because they need to hear from you. It's at the coffee house. It's when people, we are not troubled when you stop us in the grocery store. We are not troubled when we wouldn't be out there if we didn't want to talk to you. We want to talk to you all the time. We hold office hours. We have formal relationships with the city and all these others, but it is the partnership. And I do want to thank Joe Smidian. Thank you, you're here. You were one of my first inspirations in education. It was an honor in 2002 to receive with you and a group of people who I'm going to name right now, the PTA Council Advocacy Award in Saving Basic Aid. It was Joe Smidian, who was the assembly member at that time, Mandy Lowell, who was on the school board, Lauren Janoff, who is in the office, in the audience today, help me. Erwin Morton, and myself. It was a concerted effort working independently and then in concert that saved our basic aid. It is that spirit that keeps our district on top. I thank you. It has been my pleasure. And I'm here until, December 8th, I guess, is when the new board takes over, or 6th. So our work isn't done, but thank you for, it's truly an honor. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming. Sorry?
I know my various people.
Oh, do you want to say something?
Could you mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take exactly 2 minutes so that we can say goodbye to the family and friends that came before we begin our meeting. Just 2 minutes, and then I'll call us back.
And if you're leaving, take
And
cake.
please have cake. We have a lot of cake over there. 2 minutes.
Very nice.
Make sure Heidi gets her letter. Make sure Heidi gets her letter. Oh, Heidi, here's your letter.
My letter? Oh, it's like a letter. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so nice.
That was very nice.
Yeah, that was very nice. Thank you. I appreciated all of your memories about what Camille particularly cared about over the years, because I had libraries and mathematics and grammar. It's amazing to see. I guess you'll have that experience.
4 years.
What's that?
I'm so alive in 4 years.
We better not have a fire. We'll never be able to get out of that fire.
Oh my God, yes.
Yelling, there's.
Oh.
It's almost bad if we get up here, because it's almost bad if we get up here.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. Camille has one more thing to add.
I forgot to mention one person. We talk about all of our partnerships, and you always talk about your families. And I forgot to mention one friend who has really seen me through all these years, and I thank you, Michelle Miller, on the part of all of us who need our friends to get us through these days. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, well, let's move on with our meeting. So, approval of agenda order. May I have a motion to approve the agenda order?
I move we approve the agenda order.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Godfrey moved, Ms. Bacon-Caswell seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm assuming you guys are the to approving agenda order. Fabulous. Motion passes. And superintendent's report.
Great. We are going to do this full speed ahead. So student and staff successes, there's a piece in your packet, but I just wanted to point out that our Jordan middle schooler, Benjamin Norton, was accepted to participate in the National American Choir Directors Association Junior High Honor Choir. He'll be going to Minneapolis in March to represent us. And thanks to Benjamin and his teacher, Ms. Covet. The Palo Alto High School speech and debate team continues their incredible run. Members Tanay Krishna and Josh Singh were undefeated with 4-0 records and received wild cards during the Milpitas Super Debate. Our staff has been equally successful. Dr. Bickle, Assistant Principal Kathy Lawrence, who's here tonight, Emily Garrison, our Ed Tech and Library Coordinator, are presenting during the annual conference of Learning Forward, the biggest professional development conference on the continent. And they are presenting, I think, December 6th, and talking about blended learning for educators. And it's really how we teach our teachers to be great teachers for blended learning classes. We're really proud that they're representing us. Just a few quick slides. Our voting booth at El Carmelo had the student vote during lunchtime, and as I wrote in my message, we appreciate how actively engaged all of our students are in the electoral process. And we had an example of that, I know, this afternoon with a march, very peaceful march downtown today. The Ohlone World Kindness Day, and a great message to spread, especially during this last week. It's very much appreciated with all these special messages of kindness from Ohlone. Our academic support coding class with our partners from Palantir had a behind-the-scenes tour of Facebook, and had some special guest speakers. I was able to go to their last session and talk about this functional programming. And these two young women in front, one of them is actually taking AP Computer Science now and credited this partnership with Palantir and efforts of Ms. Argumento and her team to a great start and great future. Our high school theatrical productions, we had the cast of Importance of Being Earnest and The Crucible, both extraordinary productions. The hydrolophone is an underwater piano. It plays music underwater, and the inventor, who was a father of one of our students, gave a demonstration to Jordan, and this was a hands-on demonstration, to say the least. It is incredible science, so we had that at lunchtime. It was pretty exciting. The Swedish Parliament and Education Committee came to visit Pali, and really appreciated your colleagues from the journalism classes taking them around. They were thrilled. Playoff football, I went Friday night. It was not a successful outcome, but not for lack of spirit and energy, and some great plays on behalf of our Pali team, ably represented by David Terry and our energetic cheering squad. The Renaming Schools Advisory Committee panel, their report will be to us in, I think, December. A terrific panel. I know several of the board members, maybe all the board members attended at least for a while. And this week we have our mentors, they get the long distance award. We have 2 mentors from Singapore, teachers at the National Junior College, working with our students here in computational biology and computational chemistry. So been quite an exciting few weeks since our last board meeting. Just a couple other items. The a board workshop on special education report and the UCP process will be December 6th from 9 o'clock to 11 in the morning. We received the, we expect to receive the final draft. We had a draft from Dr. Harris' report coming, I think it was yesterday. We just sent it back and said, mark it final and send it back to us. Dr. Hare will be on video with us during that time. We'll also use some time to discuss the district's UCP process. The 2017-18 school year calendar, I know people are waiting for. This is really subject to collective bargaining, and we're still having those conversations going back and forth, and look to have a positive outcome very soon. It looks, however, I know people are worried about when school starts. It looks like it will start the same week as it started this year, that same week in August. We don't have the exact date as of yet. Our parent liaison program is going strongly. We have 8 elementary parent liaisons, 3 secondary parent liaisons. They represent all 18 schools in the district. Our liaisons work to bridge the communication gap to our historically underrepresented families in a variety of ways. They keep a log of their daily and weekly activities, inform the district of the family's needs. They advertise resources in the district, translate parent-teacher interactions, make phone calls home. They hold monthly meetings to help families understand the amount of programs and services available in our district. They are doing outreach work with iPads and upgrading computers due to family needs. I know there's December workshops in collaboration with the Palo Alto Housing Corporation and in talks with Eden Housing. Our Jordan parent liaison, Victor Spielberg, has been terrific getting parents to attend special events. We've had the parent liaisons increase applications for free and reduced lunch. And Christian Munoz, our after-school support, runs an after-school support program Thursdays from 4 to 6 at Hayes. So we're getting out into the community, and I know we can still have improvements to make to go from strong to superb, but we're well on the way, and thank you for that, Ms. Argumento. And let me just close with, I'm just going to very quickly summarize some of the matters related to grade point average. First of all, I want to express appreciation on behalf of me and the board members and all the administrators for the students, for the teachers, and for the parents who've written us regarding the calculation of grade point average. It is refreshing and rewarding to see how everyone cares so deeply and so passionately about doing what is best for our students. It is also a reminder of our community's diverse points of view and how important it is in our community to attend to the whole student, because some of these letters express a fierce desire for college admissions and scholarships. Others focus on students' mental health and well-being, and still others on the process, on the importance of being inclusive. Well, given that we all have a common goal of doing what's best for our students, it would at first seem easy to reach consensus. But given those competing priorities, it's clear that it's going to take deliberation, time, and above all, listening carefully to one another and seeking first to understand and then be understood. That said, we still may not reach consensus, though we will try hard. In accordance with BP 5121, before spring break, I will be making a recommendation to the board with the best interest of the entire system in my heart and my mind. Following the last board meeting, we looked at data, we identified issues with a recommendation that the board approved at the meeting. Board members have also asked questions about weighted grading practices and impacts. So posted on the website, and there are several copies. We ran 50 copies tonight. On the side table is a summary of the information we gleaned. I'm not going to go through it, just hit very few high points. In there's information about how weighted grade point average is calculated at both schools. It is different. Our goal is to align that in the long term. In the data section, there's a chart that indicates the effect of the changes approved at the last board meeting. So, for example, for our Palo seniors, 327 of 474 have a weighted grade point average higher than their GPA. 370 of the gun students have a weighted grade point average higher than their unweighted GPA. 75 of the gun students, it's equal. The weighted and unweighted are equal, and the Palo and gun students, too, are equal. Palo, 145 students have a weighted GPA lower than their unweighted GPA. But here's where, just to illustrate the complexity of this issue, were we to impose the gun system on Palo right now, 219 or 46.2% of the seniors would then have UC GPA below the gun model. So that means that right now 242 or 51% of the Palo seniors actually have the UC GPA higher than the gun calculation. This is not an easy issue. And so we want to take time and do it right, because I think there is a solution to this. Again, we need to listen to each other and figure out what's best for all of our students. The short-term solution approved at the last meeting was to use the current school systems. And right now, then Pally's using UC weighted grade point average. Students have a choice of whether to send in their unweighted or weighted grade point average. As of this morning at 9 o'clock, 42 students asked for the transcript. That includes the WGPA. That's 42 out of 264 students who applied early admission. We also had some key issues. We know that the current Pally WGPA system is not cumulative. That's a problem. We also know there's a problem with the Gun GPA system. The courses that are listed as honors or AP in course catalogs and sites have not always been tagged as such in IC. And courses tagged as H and AP and IC do not match up exactly how courses are approved. So there's work to do at both Pally and Gun. Gun does not cap the number of weighted credits a student can receive. And that may be an incentive to do nothing other than take more and more AP classes. We do have written confirmation from the universities listed in the handout what they will accept from us. They will accept letters, they'll accept weighted GPA. Neighboring and comparative school districts have an array of weighting and reporting systems. And so to think that we can get it right in a few days or a few weeks is probably misguided. Mountain View Los Altos reports 4 different GPAs on their transcript, which frankly I don't think is a bad idea at all. New Trier has a weight of an added 1.33 for AP and high honors classes. But I think what's important is all our comparative districts and our neighboring district took months or more to develop their systems, and I think we owe it to our students to do the same. So finally, the next steps. In the short term, we are currently giving students the choice to report their weighted GPA on the transcript if they wish, and we are using the current systems at both schools, not imposing one system on another school. However, if the board desires to change the short-term solution, that is ultimately their decision. The board can hold a special meeting or series of meetings. They can put the matter on the December 6th agenda. If they do so and there's a difference, we will execute and make whatever the board wants to happen. In the long term, just to close, per the board policy, I intend to make a recommendation to the board for the long term prior to spring break. Doing this, I'm planning a series of webinars and open forums, including separate student forums, to gather information to develop an aligned plan that best serves all of those priorities we mentioned at the outset, best serves our students' whole selves from both schools, and addresses a long list of questions and considerations shared at the November 1st meeting. The webinar is tentatively scheduled for, that should be November 29th, not November 19th. From 7 to 8:30. We have 2 student focus group lunches scheduled for board members in December, and we will have our, certainly by the December 6th meeting, we'll have the open forums scheduled. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues.
I have a, do you have a question?
Yeah.
For a superintendent's report? Oh, okay, great.
Okay. So, colleagues, Dr. McGee has put some choices in front of us on this issue. We have 40 community cards, so that's 2 hours worth of comments, and that would be our whole meeting. So we can decide to take those now and then have our meeting after that, or we can create a study session because you just don't want to say goodbye to us. And we would have to decide when that would be. And I'd just like to check in if there are other potential ways of moving forward. So I'm just going to do a lightning round of how you would, sort of your thoughts on proceeding.
Great.
Let's do do you think you can do 1 minute or 2 minutes?
Sure.
Superintendent. Okay, let's do 1.5 minutes. Do you want to start, Ms. Townsend? You look excited to begin.
I want to hear what everybody has to say. And in 2 minutes, personally, I think we should have a special meeting on this, and I think we should have it this week yet or early next week. And the reason I say that is that it was clear to the community that on tonight's meeting there was supposed to be an agendized item dealing with weighted GPA. And in fact, I saw communications come out from the high schools that said there was going to be a meeting tonight, as I anticipated it, that we would discuss this and get to some solutions, because I know that kids are out there needing these GPAs, and there's really true confusion, even some of the stats that Dr. McGee gave. I think time is of the essence. It was promised for tonight. It's not happening tonight. I think the board needs to be engaged, and my recommendation is we do a special meeting on this as early as possible, Friday this week or Monday or Tuesday of next. That would be it's a promise we made to our community, and I think we should hold that promise.
Mr. Dauber.
I don't see the necessity of a special meeting. What I understand Dr. McGee to have said is that we have a temporary solution in place, which is consistent with the board directive at the last meeting. It sounds to me like an issue arose with not wanting to disadvantage students who had a lower weighted GPA as a consequence of placing it on their transcript, and to give them the option of whether or not to have it on their transcript. So I think that the issue for this year has been addressed by the board and has been addressed by staff. The longer term question, as Dr. McGee said, is doesn't need to be resolved now, shouldn't be resolved now, I don't think. We're in a position to do that. We have a board policy 5121 that lays out the process by which the superintendent is supposed to bring a recommendation. So I don't see the desirability of a special meeting on this topic, certainly not in the next few weeks.
Thank you. Ms. Baton-Caswell.
I think there is an expectation of the community that we would discuss this at this meeting, and it was not agendized. I believe that the board asked some questions at the end of the last meeting, including what does it mean if a school gets a non-cumulative GPA? And that is a huge concern to me. And if we're sending a GPA that's not going to be used by the schools that get it, then I don't even understand what we're doing. So I would like to have a meeting, a special meeting, and I would like that meeting to be before the early admissions, the December 1 early admissions date. We already missed November 1st and we missed November 15th. And so I would say that we should do something this week or early next week.
Thank you. Ms. Godfrey.
I feel like the discussion we had on this last meeting, when we walked away knowing that not all questions could be answered, left us with some ambiguity. I also feel like I don't really want to thrash through this again. If we have a solution for the students who need it, that can be worked individually with the few dozens, or if there's more than a few dozens, I think we can probably handle that as well. So I don't feel a need for a special session. I feel like the short-term solution to help the kids who need it is important. And of course, the longer-term solution, I'll say what I said last time, with lots of voices and lots of student voice and lots of community input is important to me, and the date that you mentioned of before spring break would be fine.
Okay. And I think there's been a tremendous community interest in this issue. There are 40 cards here, which we haven't seen in several years in terms of community interest. I think there has been quite a lot of confusion. I have so many emails in my inbox from people asking questions or sharing information that may be accurate or may not be accurate. I do think we really need some clarity on the short term. I very much appreciate the long-term process and thinking about how to move forward with it from here. But I just think there's so many questions on the short-term solution and so much community interest that I think the community needs to be heard on this by the board. So I also am in favor of creating a different study session time to handle these concerns and at least talk about this issue. So we will have to, David, hear from you.
I'll reiterate how big of an issue clarity is right now, especially for, I mean, I don't have to tell you how busy seniors are right now. With all the emails that have been going around and all the statements that have been put out, I mean, there's not a lot of time for seniors to read all of that and pour through and figure out what it means. So I think a lot of seniors are looking for a definitive answer, but I also think it's important to keep in mind that I think a lot of the criticism that I heard after the decision that was made 2 weeks ago was that the decision seemed rushed. So I think whatever we end up doing, that should be kept in mind.
Okay, so it looks like we have 3 votes. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Well, the question is when. I'm not sure I
Sure.
heard you say when. I know what Ms. Baden-Caswell suggested.
So the agenda setting team will meet tomorrow. We always meet after the meeting, and we can find a date within the next week before Thanksgiving and send it out to you right after.
And I know the board members on an earlier issue said that they were flexible for next week, so hopefully Dr. McGee is as well. Because boy, 40, that's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And it would be good, I know there are questions, even Dr. McGee, the materials that were presented today that weren't my understanding. And I know we got updates about 3 or 4 or 5 times today, and I couldn't keep them straight. So maybe we can follow up with Dr. McGee.
Yeah, these came from our professional staff, so all the information here, this is not my opinion.
And sometimes it's maybe what's not on there yet, and I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad, but it's not all clear.
So I'm a little confused about what the purpose of this session will be. Is it to clarify? Is it to make clear where we are now? Because I guess I'm not confused about what the process is now. Students have an option about whether or not to have the weighted GPA placed on their transcript.
think the
so
board-
is it?
I think the board gave guidance to make sure the weighted GPA would be offered to students for the benefit of students on the transcript for this year's seniors. The questions came up around what does that mean and is that meaningful if it's a non-cumulative? A whole bunch of questions came up after the meeting to clarify what the board direction would look like.
So are we expecting to make decisions at this meeting? So my perspective on that is that if there are decisions to be made that are consequential going forward and that are going to affect the weighted GPA decisions that we make in the future, that I would prefer to wait until our new board members are seated rather than to make a decision that binds a future board that is literally on the verge of being seated and that has already been elected.
I don't think there's any conversation or action that needs to be taken for future, this long-term decision. This is just for this year's seniors, which, to Ms. Baton-Caswell's point, need clarification before December 1st.
Well, it sounds like if we're going to be talking about the substance of what weighted GPA we're going to be using, that seems to me that it could well have implications for the future. So
I think the parameters of the study session would be for the short-term decision for
right,
this year's
but
seniors.
I'm concerned that if we work through and arrive at a conclusion for this year, that will have a substantial impact. We certainly are going to be in a situation where we don't want to change the rules of the game, 3 times for students. So my preference would be to have this session after the new board is seated, and so that they can participate in a decision that I think is going to be consequential going forward.
And I think we need our expert staff there. I mean, we've heard a lot from parents who've done a tremendous amount of research, but I think we have yet to hear from our college counselors We have yet to hear from our teachers. We have yet to hear from our administrators. And as part of this, they certainly have the relationships with these colleges. They know them better than anyone else in this room. And we cannot make this decision without them. We just cannot.
May I say something? There is nothing, I'm sure, that we would love to do better than be done forever, but we're not. And our kids don't care. Our kids have concerns now. I think there needs to be clarity around it. Absolutely, we want our staff there. We welcome all staff to be able to answer questions. And even the directive, I had to smile because our directive was to put both GPAs on. There were problems with that, and certainly the gist of our conversation was that we wanted the best GPA that favored our kids' chances on merit, aid, and choices on colleges. So, I mean, my gist was whatever is the weighted GPA that best serves our students is the one I want. Now, the directive from staff, as I understand it, that seemed to say, well, we're taking exception to the board, and no, we're just going to do, well, then we're going to do one thing, and that's not an agreement. I appreciate Mr. Dauber's statement that it's consistent with what I said, with what we said. Our motion was, well, that's not the communications that I read that said that this is different from what they did. So I think the board too needs to clarify what the final board's decision is, and certainly we always take staff recommendations, and my preference would have been to come back to the board, get a special school board meeting, call it, and say, well, the staff is concerned about this, and board, you make the final decision. So would you change your decision consistent with our recommendations? And we would have loved to have that conversation, but that didn't happen, and we need to correct that. So we need to take care of our kids now. The questions coming to me are from parents of kids now who have issues now, and there isn't clarity, and there is a division of instruction, it seems, that maybe staff took, which in my opinion is appropriate when you come back to the board for permission to do that, because this is ultimately a board decision. So I think we just need to get that straight, everybody in concert. And in fact, it'd be great to come out with one communication from our board that really sets the record straight, because I had people send me 3 different letters from all these people, and they were kind of saying different things, and it's got to come from the board. Mm-hmm. So we need clarity for this year's students, short-term solution, clarity, and I have the list of questions that maybe we can feed. I don't know if it's more than whatever you put in the packet, but there's a lot in the packet that we need to get to. Mm-hmm. So I want to be able to hear people's comments, 40 of them, and be able to reflect on them, and we can't do it if it's just here. I suppose we could. Mr. Dauber was very good when he wasn't on the board yet, and something would come up in the superintendent packet, and he would say, but I have a right to speak on it when it's in the superintendent packet, and we did allow it. I was president at that time, but it doesn't allow full discourse. So we need that opportunity for the full discourse. So I'd like to.
We can't, it's not agendized for discussion, so we can't have a full discussion and take action.
Okay, so I would ask my colleagues to allow us during agenda setting tomorrow to propose a date for a special study session for the short-term solution for this year's seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I encourage the agenda setting committee to look at the questions at the end of the board meeting that were asked after we voted. There were some questions asked, and there was some commitments to come back with some clarifications.
Okay, so community, we will put out the date of this meeting within, we'll put it out tomorrow, but we'll have the meeting hopefully before Thanksgiving. We all have that intention. So
well actually, I have the opposite intention, which is I think we should wait until the next board is seated. So I hope you take that sentiment into account.
Okay, thank you. So can I ask?
I think this needs to be clear, Ms. Emberling, because I'm a little confused here. My having heard from my colleagues who are available next week, I would like it to be clear that we need this meeting soon, if not at the end of this week, certainly by next week. So I don't know if that means before Thanksgiving. I guess it does. So.
I have heard from 3 of my colleagues, well, including me, that we would like a study session within the next week. And that is what I am proposing to do in agenda setting, is to find that date. And now I'm asking the community if that would then allow you to share your comments during that study session, as opposed to now, or put them in writing and submit them to us so that everything can be included in the packet for the study session, because we will put together a packet for that. And if there's anybody that would still need to speak to this item, then I would ask you to do so now. Or if you can wait, just one second.
I'm just wondering if people are available daytime versus nighttime, and they might have that question of you.
So we're going to talk about that in.
And we have
And-
teachers who are working during the daytime, so.
Yeah. Again, we just want to make
We're
sure that
here.
your comments are heard. So if you could put them in writing and submit them to board@pausd.org, then they will be included in the
We
packet
need those
as well.
by, well, let's have a date when the comments are due, because this will be out in the papers, and I'm sure other people want to weigh in, and that the production of a packet is no easy task.
You
So-
can take a few minutes now and write them up.
Well, no, I mean, we're going to get other, I mean, I
No,
don't
we'll
think
get
it's
some
it's not
comments.
just for these 40, but we
Absolutely.
need to set a date, because again, I'm getting things, put this in the packet today, and sorry we can't, and there's not always a very positive response to that. So
Okay.
I think we need to be very clear about when the cutoff is for communication that goes in the packet.
Which we'll
May I
need to know.
suggest an idea? The other idea
Excuse me?
might be that people speak for 15 seconds to put their name in the record so that we know that
Well,
they're here.
I have all the cards
We have a
here,
record,
so
yeah.
I'm happy to.
Put them in the record?
Yeah.
So let me just so that the public is clear, community members have a right to speak on this topic. They have a right to speak this evening. The board president is requesting, because we're not taking action this evening, and there's going to be another session at some point in the future, that they not speak. But no one should feel as if they are disabled from speaking to this.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And
And
so,
that's- I hope I communicated that.
Yeah.
If you would like to speak on this issue now,
Yeah.
you are still
And
welcome
written
to do it.
comments will need to be in by the close of business tomorrow, because
Okay.
the packet has to be put together Thursday and out the door Friday for a Monday meeting.
Looks like we have a speaker.
Okay, so can
Or
you?
should we should go through though and ask people in order if they want
Can
to
you-
speak.
Yes, I'll state my name, Jade Chow. I spoke earlier on the Mandarin Immersion Program. Actually, I wasn't planning to be at this meeting tonight. We had a site council meeting at Jordan, and I learned about this meeting. But just from my observation as a sort of neutral party, I don't have any children in high school. I feel that the community right now should have an opportunity to speak. I understand and respect process. I very much do so. And I respect also the opinions of all the board members, but I do feel like there's quite a bit of energy right now, right here, and I think people need to be given a time and a forum to participate in this conversation, even for the, I'm surprised actually that it's not on the agenda and everybody's here. There must have been a miscommunication of some sort, or a desire to not have this communication, because as Ken Dalbert mentioned, we do have a new board coming in. So I understand that position as well. There is no reason to bind a new board to decisions that might be made. But again, I just want to speak on behalf of parents who are here, and they've taken time to be here, and they should be heard.
Thank you so much. Would anybody else like to speak tonight?
Or should we go through the?
So I'm actually quite shocked by all this, because I thought it was on the agenda, and so I'll take a couple minutes to say a few things. I'm very surprised that you're kicking the can down the road again. I think there's a lot of fear tactics going on. I wasn't going to speak so bluntly, but I'm really, really concerned about the process here. This is a one-off. Like, we may make a decision for the seniors, which I think is very, very important. I'm not a parent of a senior, but I care about the community. But Dr. McGee, as I mentioned last time, I feel like you are overly complicating the issue. The perfect is the enemy of the good, and you want to make it perfect. Well, we're not going to have the ability to ever make it perfect. And Mr. Dauber, I don't know how many of us would have been in favor of the decision to kick the can on the Supreme Court down the road, but you're elected officials. You can make a decision and listen to the community while you're still in office. There's no need to just wait and wait and wait while seniors have things on their mind. I want you to go back to the YouTube video and listen to what the students said. Ignore the parents for a second. The students are the ones who are involved here. Both student representatives had very strong statements about the level of trust they have based on the process that's happened so far. And you seem to be exactly falling into the exact statement of patterns that they say is going on. And it's very surprising that it's going on again and again and again. So that's that. My recommendation is, my name is Mani Vardarajan. I'm a parent of a proud Pali sophomore and a Jordan 6th grader. I love the public school system. I think it's the strongest institution in the United States, and I think we deserve, however, to keep it responsive, responsible, and transparent. And the last thing is absolutely not happening on this issue. What I hear is a trickle of facts after the board meeting. It could be like this, it could be like that, and somewhat of a willful disregard of the board's clear will. And this is not an isolated opinion. This is what a lot of parents feel. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here today. So to kick it down the road, I also want to remind the board that it takes a lot of time for us to come here. This is not our job. I understand you're all volunteers too, or many of you are. But by this process of attrition, you will probably win. Yeah. That's not the right thing to do, however. And we want to set an example for the community, for our children, about what the democratic process is about, how being responsive and responsible and transparent is actually important to us. So that's my comments for today. I think you should make a decision in the very near future about how to report the GPA. I think it should be the gun GPA. I think it makes sense for the district to have one set of standards and make a decision now and then decide how to iterate on it in the future. That's how the whole world works.
You know, our beep for some reason was not working. I'm so sorry. And Miss Cho, can you fill out a card? Because I don't think you filled out one for this item.
Hi, I don't understand the process because I don't know how the group works, and I don't understand when you're going to take this vote. So if you even had this group, when would you vote on it? But I can tell you this, I cannot go through this again. And when you have a new board, we would have to re-educate new people. And the time and energy that we have put into this is beyond what anyone expected. And there's been a lot of data and a lot of research that we've shared with you. And to start off with a new board, it just wouldn't work. And so I have a junior and a senior, and it's really important that we resolve this, I believe. And I did have a speech and everything, but what I really came to tell you is that one of my friend's sons lost out on a scholarship last week. The 2017 seniors are getting back their information. He did not get a scholarship, and the only reason why he knows that is because of all the work that we've done to try to tell the community what's going on here. And he knows that he missed out. It's somebody that you don't know, it's somebody the Pali principal doesn't know, and it's somebody that the counselors don't know about. But it just happened, it's going to keep happening. And it's really important that we solve this because you've already, unanimously agreed, but the calculation has a problem. Max, your calculation that you're going with does have a problem, and we know it has a problem, and it kind of has to be solved, and that's why we came here, is we believe in your decision. We're really happy. We wanted to come here to thank you for that decision, but we got to solve this now. So I do have a real good speech. This was a crappy one.
Thank you, Ms. Sedman.
There's a queue. There's a queue in the back.
Is it? That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, a student. All right. There you go first. There you go first. You're 17. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I think when I look at what the board's done over the last
Could
couple
you
of
state
years,
your name? So sorry.
Oh, my name's Sid.
Thank you.
I'm a senior at Palo. And I think what I see when I look at the board's goals over the last 2 years, and two things pop out at me: improving mental health issues caused by stress, and closing the achievement gap has been something that's been really huge. And that's why I think it's concerning that we're kind of making a hasty decision with the weighted GPA. This decision has the potential to cause students to take more APs, to take more honors, and it kind of encourages a culture of stress at Palo that puts more weight on AP and honors instead of, you know, innovative programs like AAR and journalism and extracurricular activities. The achievement gap is especially wide in our district, and I think it's a huge issue because we can't have especially low-income students, African American, Latino, IEP, disadvantaged by our educational system. And I know our administration has done a great job of piecing together whose GPAs will be lower, and it looks like about 150 people's GPAs will be lower, and we need to do anything we can to kind of close the achievement gap. We can't put these students further behind. So I would encourage you to take your time to make this decision because there are important implications here, especially for low-income students. I think the outpouring, I will benefit from the weighted GPA, and so will most people in this room, but I think it's important to consider the people who aren't here to speak their voice.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Giselle Galper. I have 3 kids, 2 in the district. I want to thank Camille for her service, and I might even cry because I have to say that your passion and however many years ago that was with Everyday Math with the same few people in the room where you were open to speaking up. And maybe, you know, speaking up for something that isn't always popular in a culture where we're trying to balance achievement and stress. And I always tell my kids that they should stretch, that failing, not doing well, is how we build our resilience. I think that's a Carol Dweck thing and a Halverson thing. And what I love about the weighted GPA is that it's a safety net. And I know not everyone agrees with me. I had an email chat with Sarah. Not everybody agrees with me on this. The point is that there are a lot of people who believe it is a safety net. You voted on it, and I want to thank you for that. And at the last meeting, there was only one question, and that was, what would Palo use as the GPA? I want to encourage you to do 3 things. I want to encourage you to make your decisions based on facts, not opinions, not even professional opinions that are not supported by facts. To confirm your decision ensures the weighted GPA is usable for both the transcript and the Common App, which is the spirit in which the original decision was made. And make this decision, even though I know this is not possible, to unify our district on a useful weighted GPA tonight. I am very concerned that the district continues to support the UC approach, which cannot be submitted as a cumulative weighted GPA on the Common App. And this does not meet the spirit of the last meeting. I know I've said it twice. In the short term, we have a district cumulative system that works and is easy to understand and compute. All classes, all honors and APs weighted, all years. There is so much disinformation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is David Wang, and I have a daughter in Gang sophomore. Thank you for the opportunity. And this student just mentioned about disadvantaging HER. I put some time to study HER. HER student, I think their problem is not in high school. Okay, you're trying to solve HER problem in high school, it's too late. You have to look in the kindergarten, elementary, and the middle school level. They've already been behind. So we're trying to solve HER problem in high school in different sets of criteria and not about weighted GPA or non-weighted GPA. In fact, we should encourage HER students to take more AP and honor classes because the education department in US, they want students to take 1 or 2 AP classes to be college ready. So that's not an issue. So we fully comprehend the challenge of making a sound public policy that needs to be beneficial to the majority of the community. So the only way to ensure the best practice is to let the data and the number to speak. Speaking of the data, the Education Board of Oregon, Hillsborough School District, just voted to weight GPA on October 25th, joining the rest of 75% plus high school nationwide. The press release stated that, quote, by providing both unweighted and weighted GPA information will benefit students whose applications are reviewed by college entrance and scholarship committee that make use of either system. The board resolution was quickly implemented within a week on October 31st, before the November 1st early admission deadline, in order to benefit this year's seniors. So we saw a lot of courage, decisiveness, and action in helping their students to gain an equal opportunity in college admission and access to scholarships. Because at most universities, you need to pass the first cut before holistic review. We talk about it. So that GPA is a critical KPI to make that first cut. Approximately 50% of the colleges do not recalculate due to resource and time constraints. It's not because they don't want to. So what concerns me here is that we keep dancing around with this UC CSU semi-weighted methodology, which is not applicable to most of the colleges outside of UC and CSU schools, and will not accomplish the board's objective of securing merit scholarships for students whose GPA cross the threshold.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I really hope you to reconsider.
If there are any students that would like to speak, let us take them first. That's been our tradition. If you could say your name, that would be great.
Hi, my name's Sherwin Amsbaugh. I'm a senior at Palo. I've been in the district like my whole life since kindergarten. And the only real concern that I have, and parents, please don't take offense to this, but I'm almost 18 years old. I've spent a lot of time researching this independently, and my parents' views on this are directly opposite of mine. My parents don't speak for me. And that's not to say that a lot of parents here don't speak for their own kids, and I'm sure a lot of parents here do have their students' best interests in mind. But at the end of the day, a lot of the people that this is affecting are able to formulate their own ideas and their own opinions on this issue. And I think that's something that all board members really need to keep in mind as we dive deeper into this issue. I know Mr. McGee and the board members came to Palo recently and Gunn to speak to students on a variety of issues. And I think it's things like that that we really need to do more, because at the end of the day, as people have said, it's students that this is affecting, not parents. And again, I'm sorry if any parents are taking this the wrong way. I'm trying to come from a good place, but that's, I think, the most important thing. This is affecting students, and students' voices need to be heard. And I don't know if you can tell by my dress, but I just came from track practice. Like, I don't have all the time in the world to be here, but thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Sherwin.
Awesome. Yeah, that was good.
Avi?
Michigan brother.
Hi, my name is Avi Taknafram. I'm a senior at Palo Alto High School. And I really want to reiterate a lot of points that Sherwin made. I think he made a lot of good points. I agree this is really all about the students, and I think that there's been really a surprising lack of student involvement in all this, especially from Palo. Like, I know that Maya Katz and a couple of other Palo students have talked on this, but really, besides for them, there's been almost no students at these board meetings that from Palo that have specifically mentioned their viewpoints on weighted grades. So I think that there needs to be better outreach to the student population, and I want to thank the board members for going to Palo and Gunn to really try to figure this issue out. But I think that it sounds like there's going to be some sort of a special meeting or some sort of extra committee, and I really want to make sure that there's student involvement there. So I would encourage the board to advertise this to students, whether that's a post on Schoology or an email to parents. I think that needs to be done, and I think that needs to be done right, especially to the Palo community. So I just recommend that that's something that should be gotten on. I also think that I obviously think that the meeting should be at night so that students have an opportunity to come rather than during the day. So I think that should be done immediately, because students obviously have busy schedules. So I would just encourage the board and the staff to figure out a way really the best way to make students get involved, especially at this next meeting and meetings going forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other students? Okay.
Hi, I'm Asaf Katsir. I'm a senior at Gunn High School. So I've already spoken 3 times. This is my 3rd time speaking here. I didn't really have too much time to prepare for this, mostly because I've been working on my college scholarship apps. So I'll just read a few points that I have. So all the data, I've been able to read some of the data that people have submitted to the board, and that's really well thought out reports and data that has a lot of information in it, and all of it supports people who are for adding the weighted GPA. The point that people are saying it will add more stress and more people take more APs, that's been refuted by the data, and if that was an issue, all the other districts that reported weighted GPAs would have problems with AP enrollment, which I don't believe they do. So by not saying weighted GPAs, even though saying weighted GPAs won't help every single student, you can never please absolutely everyone, but it will help the majority, and that's important, helping as many people as possible. And again, I'd like to reiterate the financial implications. This is a lifelong issue. Student debt is a growing problem in the United States. This burdens families. I'm going to be the 3rd out of 5 kids in my family to graduate from high school this year, so college is really expensive for my family. And I noticed that on Dr. McGee's report, he did neglect, like he can't go through every school, but he did neglect to mention, for example, the University of Alabama, which does only accept GPA on the transcript and gives merit scholarships up to $108,000, which is full tuition, based on ACT, SAT, and GPA, whichever the highest is reported on the transcript. So again, your method of wanting to report or like give special letters, that won't work for every school, and that will always disadvantage at least one person. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do the research on the University of Alabama. It's not omission, it's nobody. So now that you've raised it, we'll be glad to do the research on that.
Hopefully some kids will apply now.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Barley, and I'm a mother of a Palo Junior. And I first wanted to thank Camille for her service, because we worked very closely together on mental health, so I appreciate that, Camille. And I wanted to ask the board's patience so that the students and the administrators and the educators can take the time to develop their recommendation fully. I think Palo's had an unweighted grade point average for decades, and there's some good solutions out there for the class of 2017, so I feel very optimistic. Second, I think that anytime the administration and the teachers feel that a policy change could negatively impact the mental health of the majority of our students, I urge you and the entire community to treat it with the seriousness it deserves, given the history of our suicide clusters. This is especially important if the policy change likely moves the Palo culture in the direction of guns culture, where we know the majority of the suicides were the students there. Third, I think it is hard to argue that reporting a weighted grade point average that includes a higher weighting for AP courses will not motivate more students to take AP courses, as well as motivate these same students to take more AP courses. If you look at Gun to Palo, a higher percentage of Gun students' body takes AP courses, and they take more courses, 50% more AP courses than the average AP Palo. They take 3 versus 2. Fourth, if you and the administration and teachers decide that it's important to do so, I would ask that you limit it to 2 APs, so that we're not telling the students that more is better. Fifth, if you decide to add a weighted grade point average, I urge that you also look at other known areas that cause academic stress, like test stacking and the inconsistencies that happen between teachers and curriculum when 2 students are taking the same course, but they don't know, they always want one teacher versus the other. 6, I think it's imperative that we parents can rely on you to safeguard our children's physical and mental health as it pertains to academics and the school environment. You are the experts, and I believe sometimes we parents need to be saved from ourselves. It is easy to believe that it won't be our child who dies by suicide until it is.
Thank
what
you so
most
much.
parents
If
of
you
Palo
wouldn't
Alto do
mind
not
to
want to hear,
submit your
I will, is that the fact that
comments
all of
online.
our students are now more at risk for suicide because of the fact that they've been exposed to suicide. So I please just ask you, this is a mental health issue, and we need to do the work. Thank you.
Okay. So Asif, I don't think you filled out a card. If you wouldn't mind to fill out a card, that would be great. Oh, no, you did. I have your card. Thank you so much, Ms. Barley.
That's it. Yeah.
So,
and I might say that Gunn and Pally have equivalent mental health issues. So I just don't, that always makes me sad.
okay.
Set up one against the other like that.
So I'm just going to go ahead and read the rest of the names in order, since you guys submitted cards in order. If you want to come up, you can. If you want to wait for the study session, you can. Sorry, I'm just going to read them in order, if that's all right. Lori Buchler? Buchler? Okay. Amanda Chi? No? She left. You're welcome to fill out a card if you want. Julia Yin? Eunice Yun?
Hi, my name is Eunice, and I have a senior at Poly and a seventh grader at Jordan. And I just wanted to say that I'm actually representing my son, who's a senior, and he's not speaking up here because his view is actually the opposite of the Pali administration, and he feels stressful when he talks about this topic. And it's interesting that a lot of people are saying that the minority people are not being able to express their opinion. But my son is supporting weighted GPA, and he's afraid of speaking up because the entire Pali teachers administration, they have stated firmly that their position is against or anti-weighted GPA. So I am speaking up here on behalf of him tonight, and I'm hoping that I feel that we are the minority, and our voices need to be heard. And I do hear that there's a lot of complaints about mental stress, and I do feel that being in the Pali students, it's extremely hard to get a good grade, especially in the honor or AP classes. And I do not think the weighted GPA is a matter. I think it's the grading system in Pali that makes the students really, really stressful. My son has same grade cousin who is attending at a very prestigious private school, and they only report weighted GPA. And I actually attended their open house 2 weeks ago, and I'm considering putting my younger one to that high school because they really respect the effort that the students are putting forth into their classes. And the school, I actually went to the school and asked the school and the administration, and they said their goal is to help their students to achieve, and their goal is not to, to put down students' effort.
Thank you so much. Samira Guccione?
I wanted to thank the board for all the time that you're giving to this very sensitive matter. I do
solves every possible argument that is out there against weighted GPAs. It ensures that no one's weighted GPA will be lower than their unweighted GPA. It ensures that any student who had a very strong 9th grade will be given proper credit for that. It ensures that all schools will accept the weighted GPA provided, not just the UC schools. It ensures that every student's highest possible GPA, calculated under whatever method the district uses, will be reported to the colleges. It'll put our students in the best possible light. Let's get this whole issue behind us once and for all. It's taken up far too much time, and it's created way too much negativity to not have it be put to bed immediately. I urge you to adopt this equitable solution at the study session in the immediate future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Danny.
Stephen Stedman, followed by Hong Guo.
Hi, I actually want to talk about stress that our Pali students are under. It has been said that weighted grades will actually increase stress of students as they'll feel the need to take more AP courses. I just want to say that that's a hypothesis without any empirical evidence. In fact, the only empirical study of the issue found no rush to AP or honors courses. So I'm actually going to make the case that reporting weighted grades may actually reduce stress. So bear me out. If you look at the project success survey of Pali students, and if you talk about it with Pali students, it's very clear that there is a complex of key drivers of stress. There are other sources, but there's a complex of key drivers around anxiety about college admission, the role of grades in college admission, and the role of tests in determining final grades. That's what you have to go after if you want to reduce stress at Pali. Now, the administration so far has tried to address stress by, like the Wellness Center, which is a tool for trying to manage stress. That's a good thing, but managing stress is not the same thing as reducing stress. The second thing that they've tried to do on this complex of issues is to basically tell the students it doesn't exist, relax, don't get worried about it. That is to say, and it's in the mantra that one of the counselors used. We constantly tell our students, you're more than a number, and that is true. But they also know that they are defined partly by numbers, that is, test scores and grades. And so it seems to me that if you want to really address stress and you really want to reduce it, you have to go after this complex. So I'm going to put forward 4 quick ideas. One is, Pali should adopt a rule where faculty drop the worst test score when determining course grades. Okay.
And can you send us the other 3?
I have sent them. They're actually, I sent them to you today, and I'm glad I got that one off.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hong Guo, followed by Grace Ming.
Hi, my name is Hong. I have a junior daughter at Gunn. I appreciate, the board's effort, at last meeting to move quickly to try to solve the students. I saw your resolve and the determination to put students first. Thanks. And mainly, my main point is that, since we have decided to put weighted GPA on transcript, let's do it right. Okay? Why, I mentioned that? Because to me, in superintendent's, report, I think it shows those kind of numbers. I think we are comparing, apple and orange. For example, all of the, grocery stores except, a Sprout accepts, orange. Only a Sprout accept apple. Now we are saying, okay, oh, my apple is great. And so I want to send my apple quality numbers to all of the grocery stores. But other grocery stores don't accept apple. They only accept the orange. Why do you bother to put, quality number of apple there? As far as I know, UC will recalculate the weighted GPA no matter whether you submit that score. So my point is that, what's the point to put that number on the transcript? I think it's a waste of the space. And, because most of the college, accept cumulative, scores. To me, that's not a very difficult decision to make. Since we need to do it right and to do it the right way, it's not that difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Ming, followed by Tally Katz.
Thank you, board, for your service. Thank you, Dr. McGee, for outlining the points of consideration in your superintendent weekly on November the 4th. Due to the time constraint, I will only share my thoughts on 2 of those points. One consideration is about student well-being. Will reporting WGPA increase or decrease student stress? As I presented during the last board meeting, I don't anticipate well-being issues to be caused by WGPA. Based on my research on challenge success reports and listening to students who express their opinions, I actually believe that reporting weighted GPA will decrease student stress mentally and financially. Now I'd like to focus on the first point in Dr. McGee's consideration list, pros and cons of different models for weighting GPA, weighting grades. I appreciate the weighted GPA brief published on GAN website last night. I don't know exactly how Palo calculates GPA. I researched the UC system and the infinite campus GPA calculation. I believe it is impossible to have a lower cumulative weighted GPA than cumulative unweighted GPA, or a lower UC weighted GPA than UC unweighted GPA. If we can decide which model is better, I would suggest to report both models on our students' transcript. This is a fair solution that should satisfy all. Let's use Dublin High School as an example. They use Infinite Campus to report 5 GPAs on students' transcript: cumulative weighted GPA, cumulative unweighted GPA, Cal Grant GPA, weighted UC GPA, and unweighted UC GPA. As a matter of fact,
Thank you so much. Can you submit the rest of your comments in writing?
yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Tally Katz, followed by Jay Krishna, followed by Jenny Lee.
Hi. In continuation of what these 2 young men said about student voice, what is most concerning to me is that within the 4 walls of Palo, the administration has not cultivated a culture of open-mindedness and tolerance on the issue. From the onset, the administration has vigorously opposed the effort to report weighted GPAs. There has been a systematic effort to present the students only one side of the issue, and consequently, students supporting weighted GPA have felt increasingly marginalized and intimidated. They have stopped speaking up, and I question whether they will during the subsequent process to discuss the long-term solution. Ironically, this is the very environment the administration has been trying to prevent when coming out in opposition to reporting weighted GPAs. Being inclusive, an important Palo value stressed at every opportunity, means being tolerant to opinions with which you may disagree. That is the foundation of a vibrant and democratic society where people feel comfortable expressing opposing views without being made to feel that their opinion is bad. More than the substance of this debate, it is perhaps the manner in which the debate has occurred within Palo that is most disappointing. Your leadership to make opposing views okay is critical to restoring an environment where vigorous and respectful debate is encouraged, where our kids are proud of their views on this issue, whatever those views may be. It needs to be clear that all views on this topic are legitimate. Now is the time to unite the school for the sake of our students, and I urge you to make a decision at the study session.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jay Krishna, followed by Jenny Lee, followed by Victoria Liu.
Good evening. My name is Jay Krishna, and my son is a student at Palo. I must say that I did not expect to even need to speak again on this topic after having spent the past month together with many dedicated parents and students collecting enormous amount of data in support of weighted GPAs. I am disappointed that we are having to spend so much time on this topic. We have shown unequivocally that having weighted GPAs on the transcript is both beneficial and necessary for our students, and applaud the board for its leadership in voting to require both Pally and Gunn to report weighted GPA in high school transcripts. At this point, we need both Pally and Gunn to immediately implement a consistent weighted GPA reporting method on the transcript in compliance with the board's decision. A consistent weighted GPA is a weighted GPA that satisfies admissions and scholarships requirements for every college in the country. That was the decision made by the board 2 weeks ago, and it must now be respected. Because there is rampant misinformation around this issue, I seek clarity on the following questions. What is the administration's plan and timetable to comply with the board's decision to have weighted GPA on the transcript? Which weighted GPA will be used? What steps will the administration take to curb misinformation on this topic, especially amongst our students? Many students and parents have worked tirelessly over the past month to present the board with evidence in favor of weighted GPAs. Now it is time for the administration to comply with that decision in a timely manner and work to ensure that all students have the best shot possible at college admissions and scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jenny Lee, followed by Victoria Liu, followed by Vicky Wang.
Hi, thank you for the board members. Thank you for your time to serving all the school district. I'm here to support cumulative GPAs. We like to be the Pali parents. I have a 9th grader in Pali. As of so far, this evening, I can tell majority of the speakers, they request a Gunn cumulative GPAs. So Pali was used UC, the GPA calculations method, even including Stanford University, which says it will look from 9th graders, the grades, all the way to the seniors, 12th grade, reflected on the transcript. Since it is only provided to the college upon request, they were not used because not all the students from Pali apply to the college have the same GPA method on the transcript. At this moment, so I respectively request the board member that during this agenda item, you open up a decision that the weighted GPA method to be used at Pali for class of 2017. I didn't know any of school district, for example, like Cupertino or Fremont district, do they have 2 or 3 different calculation methods for different high schools? I didn't know that. Correct me if I were wrong. So Pali should use a cumulative GPA. They calculate including from 9th grade to 12th grade. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Liu, followed by Vicky Huang.
Good evening, everyone. Today, why are we here? Because student first, and student is always related to the family. So I'm a parent with a high schooler and a middle schooler. It's an honor to join this meeting and to talk about this topic. And I think the whole community is a family. When we talk about things, we need to look into every angle and listen to each community's voice. So according to the last meeting, at the end of the November 1st meeting, there was only one issue was left unresolved for the class of Pali Senior 2017, which weighted GPA method will be provided to colleges to benefit the majority students and to benefit the families, means will benefit the community. Please do select one that meet. First, college will accept. Second, the weighted GPA is not lower than students' unweighted GPA. And the third is helps the most students get scholarships. As the president of the Palo Scholarships for Low-Income Students, who wrote to Dr. McGee on November 2nd, explained, do not use the UCCSU weighted GPA. It really makes no sense. It is not a weighted GPA that any other school uses, and it's really not helpful because so much is missing from it. Most colleges want a cumulative GPA. And for the short-term plan, I would urge the community listen to each other and tell your voice to the boards, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. At this short-term plan, only the GON method weighted GPA for Palo Senior 2017 would be a perfect match.
Thank you, Victoria. Sorry that our
Thank
beep
you.
wasn't working that time, but thank you so much.
Thank
Vicky Huang, followed by Tan To.
Good evening. My name is Vicky Huang, and I'm a Pali and a Jordan parent. I write something, but first I would like to say that I admire that our students, they not only think about themselves, but think about other people who may be affected. However, I have to say that when they cite some of the data or when they see some of the data, that might be just part of the truth. For example, when they say that 149 students will have a lower weighted GPA than unweighted GPA, that's only because we're using the UC method. These students will have the same or higher weighted GPA under the GONS method. So for some reason, I'm not sure why not. These kind of information are never cleared in the communication to the students. That's why they base on this inaccurate or incomplete information to make their decision and to say that they support one thing or the other. I hope that in the future, all kinds of information will be clear to the parents, to the students, also to all the teachers and counselors. And then I would like to remind everyone that our goal here when discussing the GPAs are first, to help the needed students who qualify for scholarships, and second, to align the two schools have the same practice, and three, to reduce negative impact to anyone, any students, if possible. So none of these goals can be achieved if Palo continue to use the UC method, because we heard a lot, it's not accepted by other colleges. Even though some letter may work right now, but Common App has moved completely paperless. This won't last for a long time. And even if we do like 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, there will always be some colleges that we don't know, and we need to do
Thank you
case by
so
case.
much.
Thank you.
Tan To, followed by Michelle Higgins.
Hi, good evening, dear board, superintendent, and the principals. My name is Tan. It's never easy for a student or a parent to be vocal about having different ideas from the school, knowing fully well that vulnerably our students are ultimately in the hand of the school every day. Vulnerably. Can I feel safe? Do I feel safe? Like it or not, this is an education's arms race. What I tell my kid is, run as fast as you healthily can. Now we're trying to tell those runners who took the risk to run and said, oh, I'm so sorry, you ran in vain. Is that fair? There is a misguided perception that if you're from certain groups, things are going to work out easily for you with little or no hardship. This is an unfounded, biased statement. As we're all aware, certain ethnicity, certain gender have to meet far higher or yardsticks to gain acceptance to certain college majors. These students do not have the protection to the likes of affirmative action. My children will likely find themselves in this undesirable situation. Where is their safety net? Who is fighting for them? Do not be mistaken that my kids are top dogs and school comes easy for them. They're normal children who work very hard. Life is unfair. I tell them that. Honey, you just have to work harder than others. Life is unfair. Having unweighted or UCCSU method of calculating weighted GPA
put such students like my children at a further disadvantage. Life is unfair. This is the opportunity to make it less unfair. I trust the board, superintendent, principals will do justice by my children. Give them what they deserve. Help them catch their dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Higgins, followed by Amy Gao.
Thank you. My name's Michelle Higgins, and I'm a parent of 4 children in the district, 2 at Palo, 1 at Jordan, and 1 at Walter Hayes. First, I just want to acknowledge the amazing Palo students who walked out today, along with gun students, and thought about something other than grades and something other than themselves. Thank you. I'm going to express an unpopular opinion, but I just want to put it out there as a counterpoint. The decision to abandon Palo's long-standing tradition of not reporting weighted GPAs is one that would have a long-lasting negative impact on Palo's overall school culture, student well-being, and mental health. Those impacts will be felt by all, but will have a particularly deleterious impact on some of our district's most vulnerable students, including low-income minority students and those who qualify for IEP plans and 504s. Special education students challenge our high-achieving community to broaden our definition of success. Weighted GPAs do the opposite. They emphasize achievement in the narrowest of terms, cultivate a culture of competition and hierarchy over collegiality and community between students, and drive the student body to value subjects and streams and a student's ability or not to participate in those streams as more or less worthy based on their weighting. For many of our children, the impact of a change to weighted GPA at Palo will be as much about the value such a change signals rather than whether or not they will improve their chances of admission to a college of their choice. A school community that defines success broadly and institutes policies that elevate student well-being, a love of learning, and community will be one where all students can thrive and achieve success however they define it. We believe that these are the values, or I believe that these are the values that best support all of our students. I respectfully ask the board to pay greater heed to the professional expertise of our educators.
Thank you.
Who I understand are almost universally opposed to the change to Palo's GPA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you. Amy Zhao, followed by Amanda Chi.
My name is Amy Gao, and I'm a math PhD, so I'm not going to talk about my opinions. I'm just going to talk about the math behind this issue. Specifically, I want to comment on some of the things Dr. McGee presented in his report and also commented out in the beginning of the meeting. So first, I just want to state some very simple concept. Comprehensive GPA is just honors and APs get 1 extra credit, very that simple. The non-cumulative GPA only include a certain grade and certain courses. Okay, it doesn't satisfy the Common App requirement if we have our integrity. So I'd also like to comment on the graph presented by Dr. McGee related to the acceptance rate by the number of applications. So the graph shows that the number of accepted applications rate is higher in Palo compared to GAN. I just really do not, as a math PhD, I really do not understand what it indicates. So first, if the number of average applications the Palo students applies is more than to the number of applications applied by the GAN student, you would see a graph like that. The number of acceptance is higher than GAN, like compared to Palo. Doesn't mean anything, I do not know. I guess you guys can figure out. So the graph also doesn't indicate which schools the student apply to. Are we comparing the accepted schools by tiers? Did we check how many students get accepted by the first choice versus the last choice? Are we treating them the same? This graph is just too simple and it's very misleading. Just for a math major, I just found it's very
anyway, irritating, sorry. So when you compare a non-cumulative GPA to a comprehensive GPA, we are comparing apples to oranges. I hope that when the data collected by professionals is presented to the community, you can be more thoughtful about the correctness and its potential misleading impact on the community.
Amy.
Thank you.
Sorry, our buzzer is somewhat working. So there were 3 cards I called earlier. If I see Amanda, you're back. So Amanda Chi, and then Julia Yin and Lori Buchler. If you're here, you can line up. Otherwise, Amanda.
Okay, dear board members, superintendent, and everyone here. Actually, I prepared something to speak beforehand on the procedural issues. However, after I came back, people already told me that you already decided to make a decision within a week or something like that. So, okay, I throw away that script. So now I'm kind of just talk, okay, out of, off the top of my head. I guess, everybody, dear board members know that we actually launched a new petition less than a week ago. And actually, we already generate, right now, 270 signatures. What's that new petition all about? It's about the right method, okay, to help the students. And it's about the cumulative method, which happens to be Gang's method. I guess, you already hear a lot of, our parents and students talking about the so-called flows, the misinformation, the irritating, kind of like, feeding the information, incomplete information, confusing information, all those kind of things. I welcome everybody, especially the students here. If you don't know, we have actually, parents out of our own pocket. We have a website which is http, okay, wgpa.org. Okay, it's out of our pocket, and we just formed that, as a kind of platform to feed the information to everyone, because we somehow feel that the information was kind of like intentionally or unintentionally blocked. So parents and the students do not really know what's going on, kind of be misled. So welcome students to go to our website. Okay, let me repeat again, http and wgpa.org. You can see a lot of information there, and you can get the free information and the fair information and the balanced information. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. All right. So is Julia Yin or Lori Buchler available? Nope. Okay. All right. So colleagues.
38 or 40?
Yeah, but these, I didn't realize that some had submitted 2 cards for the same item, so I'm sorry about that. All right, so
Thank you.
moving on to our, so the way that we're going to move forward with this is that during agenda setting tomorrow, we will set up the time and day for the special study session. Then we will put that information out there. Which will be within a week from today.
It's a study session, but I think it will be important for the community to know, and my colleague had brought that up, that will we clarify, will we add or subtract? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we'll do, but I certainly would be here if I were the community.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, community, for your participation and for your clicking. I really appreciated that. Thank you. Don't forget that when I'm gone now. Click, click, click. All right. Thank you.
The legacy.
Yes, there's my legacy.
Got a legacy.
Let's move to student board member reports.
There you go, David.
Yes.
It's all yours.
Yeah. Well, let's see. As many of you know, there was a peaceful march Palo students helped to organize downtown today. Coming up, we are having the turkey trot on Friday, which many students are excited for. ASB is also planning a movie night for before finals to help students de-stress. I think we're watching Mighty Ducks. I'm not sure. As Dr. McGee pointed out, football failed to get it done, but cross country is going to states, and volleyball is also going to states. So good for them. The Student Wellness Center is planning a parent education night on January 5th, the topic of which is what your teenager wants you to know but can't tell you. Sounds interesting. That's about all that's happening at Palo. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David. Did Ankit give you a report?
He did
Ankit?
not.
Okay, no worries. Okay, let's move on to approval of our consent calendar.
I'd like to propose that we pull one item on the consent calendar.
Sure.
And I don't think it's the minutes from November 1st.
Oh, Max, I thought you were doing that. Didn't you tell me you were
We're pulling
them? Oh.
Oh, we are.
Right? Oh, I thought you wanted to pull the minutes.
I do. That's what I'm proposing right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay,
You
I'm
wanna
proposing
propose?
we pull the minutes.
You were already pulled.
No, we had made those arrangements.
From which date?
Yeah.
For November 1st, I feel like there's some information that's missing from the minutes. And there are a lot of community members whose names aren't correct on there as well, so.
Okay.
Well, could we have the, we put those out, and so if you have the specifics.
I didn't have time to go through every single thing.
I know.
Okay.
But, right, and that was I didn't even have a chance to look them briefly. They're beautiful, but I thought, there's a couple of things I need to look at.
We don't need them till December 6th packet anyway.
That's what I thought
We
you
would
said.
love to.
Yeah.
Bridget's turning these around in 2
Bridget,
days.
they're
so-
beautiful.
Yeah, I'll provide my
commend
input,
her
but
for
I
that.
can't do it by tonight, so.
Sure. Okay, so.
Sorry about that.
Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item I?
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Baton-Caswell moved, and Mr. Dauber seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, great. Moving on then to our regular agenda. The 2015-16 parcel tax fiscal report. Dr. McGee.
Good. We have our new committee up and running, and I know they
I'm
have
so
met-
sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot open forum. I'm assuming because people wrote open forum or superintendent's report on their card that everyone was heard. Is there anybody else for open forum that has not spoken yet on any other topic that's not agendized? Okay, thank you. Dr. McGee.
Good,
so
thank
sorry.
you. And I know Ms. Mack and Connie and Mr. Golton have been working with our parcel tax committee, and the report's too nice. So Connie, are you going to take the lead on this, or? Okay, great.
Excuse me.
So on November the 2nd, we had our first parcel tax committee meeting. And tonight, we have our two committee members that are here to present the report. Anuba Bawa and Bhushan Gupta is going to tell us, summarize the meeting that we had on November the 2nd.
Excellent.
So, thank you. So for now, something completely different. No way.
Would you hold the mic just a little closer?
Okay, is that better?
I don't know that it's on.
Or pull it up to you.
Okay, is that better?
That sounds better.
Okay. All right, so we, the Parcel Tax Committee met on November 2nd with district staff as well as Lenny Dana, which is a partner with the CPA firm employed by the district. We went over the expenditures that were attributed to the parcel tax and checked to see for the reasonableness, for the purpose, for the amounts. This was not an audit, so we want to point out a couple things. This was not an audit, but this was a reasonable procedure checking of the parcel tax or the expenditures allocated to the parcel tax. And I guess this is the way it's been done historically. And the Parcel Tax Committee had no issue with the procedures. So we discussed several things, including the requests from the prior PTOC about the calculation of the salaries for the teachers, because 62% of the parcel tax goes to support teachers in two buckets. One is for class size reduction, the other is for enrollment growth. And so it turns out that teachers for enrollment growth typically are assessed at have a lower burden cost than teachers in class size reduction, and the prior PTOC asked for that to be reflected in the report, which it was this time. So we could clearly see that growth enrollment teachers are less expensive to the district than the teachers for class size reduction. So that was the staff responding to a prior request, and the data was consistent with that request. We also looked at there were 25 line items in the report having to do with expenditures attributed to the parcel tax. So we looked at a number of those. Obviously, the net result is it's all consistent with the mission of the parcel tax, so that's good. There are a number of new line items having to do with health and wellness, with STEAM, and so those are all incorporated into the budget. Now, one thing we did note is that the 6% that was allocated for academics went specifically towards remedial academic programs, and I think the PTOC recommends that the district look at a more balanced allocation of the academic portion of the parcel tax. And part of this is because as we are now starting the new sort of parcel tax, when it does come up for renewal in a few years, it is best that we can express to the community exactly how the funds were used to support all of the students. And so obviously the new initiatives are important, but it's also for the academic portion to make sure that it's inclusive across all of the students for the academic portion. The other thing that the PTOC asked and the staff responded with affirmatively or positively was that we'd like to see data on the actual class sizes achieved by spending the money for class size reduction, especially K through 5. And so the staff not only provided historical data since the first parcel tax, they also provided the data for this year, and we encourage them to continue to do that. That's a really important quantitative metric of how this money is spent. It really points to the fact that our classes are smaller as a result of this parcel tax, and that's really important for the buy-in of the community. So we want to make that point. And I think that in conclusion, based on our review of the procedures report, the presentations of of Mr. Dana and the staff, and our review of the text of the parcel, we believe, so Anup and I are representing the PTOC, and we believe that the district has spent the parcel tax revenue in the fiscal year 2015-2016 for the purposes set forth in the ballot measure.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, on behalf of the board, I want to thank the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, PTOC. So, okay, excellent. Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. Thank you so much for your work on this, for your attention to detail, for your thoughtful approach, looking at all of this, and in helping our community feel like we have excellent oversight of carrying out community will. Colleagues, do you have questions on this item?
I don't have questions, but I just have to say that you've been really thorough, and I really appreciate the thoroughness, and not just saying, okay, we've always reported this way, let's just make sure that the information is correct. I think giving us recommendations on how to improve it is really, really helpful. And Dr. McGee, I think some of their comments about showing how much this parcel tax reduces class size is something we shouldn't wait till the next parcel tax to promote to the community. Let's figure out how to start communicating this now. If you go to some other districts, they have much larger class sizes than we have And it's directly the result of our wonderful community that we're able to have smaller class sizes. We should be thanking people and letting them know. I think it's a very good point. Thank you.
Yeah. It is a great point, and I know Mr. Quintana over there is furiously taking notes, but but we did do a good job with the middle school this year, and we'll continue. And, you know, we're looking at kindergarten next year, so that is a terrific point, and just continue
even,
that message.
Yeah, and even just the basic message. What would our class sizes be if we didn't have the parcel tax? We only seem to bring this forward when we are trying to get people to vote for the parcel tax, but I think we need to do that more readily.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, did you have any other questions?
I just too wanted to thank you and appreciate that part of the parcel tax requirement is that we have a community committee to oversee. And I just wanted to highlight again that 2015 parcel tax was approved by 77.3% of our community, which was a huge, I think it was a new number of appreciation. But I do believe that if and when we go out for an additional parcel tax down the line, your oversight, your diligence is what we point to as well, that we are spending the money consistent with the voters' direction. And I can't overstate the importance of your report. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I would just add that, on top of what my colleagues have said, that I would encourage you to always feel free to give us suggestions like that. You're not just a rubber stamp, right? We rely on your, whatever you do professionally that helps you do this well, we appreciate that.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to our annual Strong Schools Bond financial and performance audits for 2015-16. Dr. McGee.
Thank you. This is another statutorial required report. And Dr. Golton, thank you for your close work with this committee, and thanks to the committee for doing such a thorough job with the audit. So, Dr. Golton.
Yes, this is an external audit. This is required by the Education Code, and here to present tonight is Sarah Feeler, a director with Christy White Associates.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me here. It's my pleasure to present the Measure A Strong School Bond of Palo Alto Unified for the year ended June 30, 2016. I'd first like to start off by pointing out the independent auditor's report and the opinion that we issue. We issued a unmodified opinion, and an unmodified opinion is the most favorable opinion that can be issued over the financial statements and performance audit. And this states that we believe that the financial statements referred to above fairly present the financial position of the Measure A Strong School Bond. I'd next like to point out the independent auditor's report on performance. And some of the procedures that we perform to kind of get to that opinion, I think, are very important to highlight. So to start off with, we performed a facility site walk, and I actually was the person who performed that and was happy to do so. I went to Gunn High School and was toured through the painting project that occurred. And I thought it was, you know, just from a personal opinion, I thought it was great that a lot of the attention to detail that went into that project, and just seeing that done I thought was very important. So I viewed the painting project as well as some of the exterior lighting and concrete work that was done in front of, I believe, the gymnasium. And then next I went to Palo Alto High School. From there I toured the completed theater. And I was really toured through almost every inch of the theater, from backstage and the basement to kind of all the way up where some of the technical staff, I'm sure, do a lot of their work. And then lastly, I toured the gym project at Pali, and quite a comprehensive project, and I look forward to, in subsequent audits, being able to see that project completed. And the results of our performance, and really the purpose of this procedure, is to see that expenditures expended in the 15-16 year actually resulted in completed projects. So that's the purpose of this site walk. So results of the site walk indicated that expenditures from the Measure A school bond either resulted in successfully completed projects or projects moved into the next phase in the next fiscal year. Also, to gain our opinion on performance of the bond, we test expenditures. That's one of our large tests that we do, and the purpose of that test is to make sure that expenditures are used for the purpose that was voted on by the voters. And we actually look at the ballot language and make sure each of the expenditures that we test is in line with the language that was approved by the voters. So in our testing, we tested 22 payments, of which 20 were vendor payments, and also 2 salaries of employees whose salary are charged to the bond. We tested $8.2 million worth of expenditures, and that was 25% of the total expenditures for the year. In addition, kind of an added value to this test, we test payments to vendors who are charged a specific rate, and these are professional services. And we make sure that the contracts approved by the board, where these vendors are paid a certain rate, that the actual invoices show those approved rates to make sure that they aren't being, district isn't being overcharged on those items. So through these tests, we found that all of the expenditures were in line with the terms of the Measure A school bond ballot language, and then also that the rates the district is being charged for professional services on the selected items is accurate. And also we perform a test of contracts and bidding procedures. So for the June 30, 2016 year, we tested 3 contracts to make sure that the district is following proper bidding procedures. And we also tested change orders, 2 change orders for the year. And we found that the district is following required procedures for bidding and also change orders. And in our opinion, the independent auditor's report on performance, we have found that based on our field work described in some of the procedures that I've noted, the district has complied with the compliance requirements of the Measure A Strong School Bond. And just lastly, to report on any audit findings or any prior year audit findings, any corrections to those items. There were no audit findings for June 30, 2016. And there also were no audit findings in June 30, 2015, so there were no corrective actions that was required. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And also, I would like to extend a thank you to the district's management and personnel that we worked with during this procedure and this audit. We work with business staff and also the bond staff who are always very helpful and transparent in their work with us. So we appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Feeler.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for this very thorough report, and thanks for coming to our district and walking through our school sites and looking into this so thoroughly. This is always a nice report for us to receive. And thank you, Dr. Galton, for all your leadership on our bond issue. I know I echo for my colleagues that our gratitude and appreciation for the high quality of professionalism of you and your staff, and just the highest quality work that's been done on this bond in our district to benefit all of our students. And I think in the 4 years I've been on the board, there's been one small exception on sort of where we printed something for a bidding. But other than that, I can't remember having anything major come forward. So thank you for your stewardship of this bond issue as well, and thank you for your thoroughness. Colleagues, did you have any questions for Ms. Miller?
Well, we'd like to pepper you with questions, but having read this, you're pretty thorough on the procurement, on the payments, on the personnel, and I love that you did walk the sites. That's always I'm always happy to show off our sites,
Yeah.
but I'm also happy when an auditor wants to walk the sites.
Yeah.
So a clean audit on top of last year's clean audit is good news for us, and a testament to the team that does it and the oversight committee who keeps an eye on it.
Definitely.
Thank you. Oh, I just want to say that, just to put this in context, when I joined the board and I went to CSBA, I was told this is the place where school districts have the biggest issues. And I talked to some of my colleagues in other districts around here, and they said, oh wow, you really need to get on, make sure you really understand construction management, because the amount of things that can go wrong. And I just have to say that Dr. Golton and Tom Hodges have been extraordinarily good stewards of this bond projects. And it's not just the bond projects, it's all the projects we've done construction-wise since I've been on the board. And we should just realize how unusual that is, and thank them for their good work.
All right, I didn't see Tom. Thank you, Tom. Yes.
Yes, Ms. Fielder?
Feeler.
Have we seen you before?
Yes. Yeah, I have presented, I think, over the last 2 years.
Oh, you look like a student tonight.
Thank you. You're so good to me. I turned 30 this year. So.
Oh, happy birthday.
Well, Ms. Godfrey did a great job. She's an expert more in this area, and she went through everything. Thank you for your carefulness. And I am going to miss this bond program. You're going to find me, Bob and Tom, hanging out with you with the construction helmet site. And if I might say this, Dr. Golden told me this a long time ago, that it was John Toomey, rest his soul, who said he was always so pleased when Dr. Golden was on an issue because he knew he didn't have to worry about it. And this comes from another school board member, Dr. Golden. Thank you. Your attention to detail, your carefulness, very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say that I too appreciate the professionalism and care with which the bond program is administered. We're used to getting clean audits. I think we all understand that it's a testimony to your hard work, and that we, that we're grateful to have you.
Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, moving on to the Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report for 2015-16 on the Strong
Mr.
Schools
Whitson
Bond.
is
Thank you
here.
for your
Welcome.
patience tonight.
Thank
You've
you.
been here for a while.
How do you
Glad
do?
to see you here.
Nice to be here. Yes, I'm Bruce Whitson, Vice Chair of the Citizens Oversight Committee, just when you thought you were done with this subject. And we've obviously emptied out the place, so it's an exciting topic for most people. I'm here
But we love you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here to present to you the annual report for 2015-2016 that you have before you on the Strong School Bond. The Strong School Bond is a $378 million bond authorized by voters within the Palo Alto District, Palo Alto Unified School District, nearly 9 years ago, if you can believe it or not, for modernization and improvement of the facilities of the district. The formation of our committee is required by state law to provide oversight and advise the public as to whether or not the district is spending the Strong School Bond funds in a manner consistent with the bond project list. Our 7-member committee has been meeting with the bond program manager, Dr. Golton, and his staff on a quarterly basis. All of our meetings are open to the public and are conducted under the Brown Act. Our meetings involve interacting with program staff as the status of each of the projects underway, touring the select projects, and meeting with representatives of the independent auditor, Christie White and Associates, who you just spoke with, and reviewing that report. Among the projects that we had the pleasure to tour were the Palo Alto High School's new Performing Arts Center, which was occupied in May of this year, and of course the new gym and the indoor athletic facilities there, for which I've sworn to be able to do the first behind the back slam dunk when the poop is installed, so I'm just keeping that secret to myself. Progress was made on the design work for Gunn High School's central building project, and also Palo Alto High School's library renovation and science addition in Addison Elementary. This fiscal year, the bond program expended nearly $34 million. As of June 30th of this year, approximately 67% of the full bond budget was contractually committed, and 65% had been expended. Nearly 80% of the bond, the $378 million bond, had been issued. Based on our review over the past year with input from Christie White and Associates, our committee wishes to report that to the best of our knowledge, the Palo Alto Unified School District is in full compliance with its responsibilities as set forth in the sections of the state constitution.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you. Let me make just one quick comment.
Yeah.
We're really thankful for the members are termed out after 3 terms and are renewed every biannually. We're really thankful for 3 members whose names are on this report who, in fact, are no longer on our committee, Catherine Garber, Ariane Terrarani, and Todd Collins, who was chair for a couple of years. We have 3 new, incredibly qualified members, Purana Vaida, Dana Kismatova, and Kim Gupta. And this is a very high, it may have been Bruce, because he likes to say things like that, who said he was glad he was on the committee before because he didn't think he could have made it if he was subject to the qualifications of those 3 people. So at any rate, this is a voluntary committee, and we're really grateful for them. We're grateful because buying their services would cost us a lot of money. So thank you, and thank you, Bruce.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much to everyone on the committee for your tireless efforts. And thank you for your thoughtfulness as well, and your diligence and thoroughness. Thanks for serving on our committee. And colleagues, did you have questions?
Go ahead.
No.
Comment?
Do you want to comment, Ms. Townsend?
Is anyone else going to?
Why don't you comment?
Oh. Well,
Your night to comment.
it's my night to comment. No, it's what a great report, and I love the fact that you've promised that you're going to do the first basketball throwback. I think your girls are going to
behind the back.
Yeah, behind the back. Yes. Your girls have used the athletic facilities through the years, and I know you have a professional. One of your daughters is a professional athlete these days. It is just wonderful to have you on this committee, kids so involved, wife a teacher, you are invested in the schools. You are the epitome of our community committees, and I just thank you. It's wonderful.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to BPAR 6162.8, Human and Animal Subjects Review Committee. And I just want to thank Mr. Kohler for your patience with us getting to this item. I know it was pushed from 2 earlier meetings, so thank you for being persistent. Here we are. Dr. McGee.
Great. Well, thank you, and I appreciate the board taking up this policy tonight because there is a certain sense of urgency. On the one hand, because our advanced authentic research students have their proposals due at the end of the semester, and any research that involves human subjects, we don't have research involving animal subjects, but involving human subjects really needs to go through an institutional review board process. We want to make sure that our students are cognizant and well educated in ethical research. Another issue is that we continue to get more and more requirements or more and more requests for external entities to conduct research in our schools. And in the past, there really hasn't been a systematic way of looking at this, and it was just turned over to somebody to thumbs up and thumbs down. So I think we have a good system here. We're all talking about the need for better systems. And I think this is an example of what we can do to make our strong system superb, as we said at the outset. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Kohler. Actually, maybe Mr. Dauber, as chairman of the BPRC, wants to comment first. This has been to BPRC for a few iterations. The most recent came from a recommendation of a community member who wanted to make sure that we were very clear about the principles and the why behind the ethical research. But Mr. Dauber, and then we'll turn over to Mr. Kohler.
I would just comment, in addition to supporting the idea that this is something that is, has sort of multiple purposes. One, to help the district deal effectively with external research requests. Another, to ensure that research that's done by students in the district is consistent with the principles that we're looking for, and also to serve as a kind of a teachable moment about what constitutes good research practice. That we spent some time on a couple of issues. One, to make sure that the ordinary classroom research, data gathering, kids measuring each other's heights and summarizing them and those sort of things, wouldn't be burdened, and that it would be clear to staff that those sorts of things wouldn't require a process. So we spent some time on making sure that the language was clear on that. And the second was, as Dr. McGee says, in response to suggestions from the community, to include language around ethical treatment of human and animal subjects to express our values in those areas, which I think was a valuable addition.
Terrific. Mr. Cullen, or did you want to comment?
I don't know what to say after this time. I'm very happy that this is going to be proceeding, hopefully, and I appreciate the feedback that I've received in forming this throughout the meetings with the BPRC and having other internal readers. Driving this is a very practical consideration, and that is not to impede the regular classroom instruction practices. Also to make sure that we were stressing the values that we hold when we're setting this up. This is not creating a layer of review just for the sake of a layer of review. And so it was an excellent suggestion to include components of the Belmont report in the administrative regulation so that we are explicit about what the values are that are guiding this. I'm looking forward to being able to work with the students in the district on their excellent research and helping guide them through this process, which is an authentic part of conducting research.
Wonderful. Colleagues, do you have questions on this policy? It is on the item, it is on the agenda for discussion tonight, but it would probably come back on consent unless there were changes. Yes, Ms. Baton-Caswell, or Ms. Godfrey, you're on BPRC. Did you want to add anything else?
I want to just add one other thing as we discussed this. One of the other things we discussed in BPRC was that these principles also include having our students understand the process so that when they go out in the world that they've been already through this kind of a review process, and it's part of the education that they're getting here. So even when we talk about kids checking if it's chocolate or ice cream you prefer in the 3rd grade, teachers would have some discussion about how you do that and why you do that, and when it's appropriate and what's appropriate to measure or not. Mr. Kolar had shared some funny anecdotes with us that we don't want happening in our classrooms, all the way through high school when they're doing more rigorous research, and then they have to come and present that in a way that will serve them well when they leave us.
I appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful work on this policy. Thank you. Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Yeah, and maybe I should direct this. Should I direct it to you or to Mr. Kohler? If we do research with an external group, like if we contract with an external group to do research, what is, and maybe I'm missing it somewhere in here, but what are our rights to the data when it's collected from us?
The guidelines moving forward will be external researchers who want to come in here and conduct any kind of research or data collection, we will have full access to the data as a necessary component of the agreement.
So do we need that documented in here, or am I missing where it is documented?
The administrative regulation refers to, trying to find it.
It's actually online. It didn't get printed in your packet. We have a note at the bottom of there that because we actually had the BPRC meeting after the packet went to print.
Okay, can you make sure that we all see that before we have our vote? Because
Absolutely, yeah.
I think there has been some questions in the past of some research that we've contracted with about whether we have access to the data or not.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Townsend?
Yes, thank you, colleagues, for your work on this, and I really appreciate it. First of all, I love AAR, and I'm so grateful that Dr. McGee is here and his whole team for bringing in something brilliant and wonderful. This is great, and I appreciate that you wanted some guidelines around it, and this makes great sense. I don't have any questions about that. What I do have questions about is external research, and there has been some concerns in the past that people have done research, the board didn't know about it, there were questions being asked of the students, we couldn't get the questions. I mean, it was unacceptable. And so I guess I'm kind of picking up, we've been on long enough to have heard these issues. Sorry, guys, we'll bring this up in the future, but I am concerned about externally sponsored research, and particularly that researchers shall certify that on the bottom it says researchers shall certify that they will use neither school names or the name of the district in the publication without the approval of superintendent or designee. I would want to put period. I don't want people using our school names. Our PAUSD name is worth, I can't tell you how much on a textbook or anything. I don't want our kids in our district used for anybody else's. If they want to do research in conjunction with everybody else, God bless. But I'm not interested in that. And I am aware that people have used our name in the past in a way that I found inappropriate. So I would strike that. With regard to, in the event that we do have externally sponsored research, and I know Dr. McGee and I talked about this, I would want the community to know who are the contractors that are doing research, and I would want a place on our website that that mentions that, or at least let's discuss it. Maybe it shouldn't be up there. Maybe it should be giving them. Maybe it would be giving them publicity that we don't want to give. But I wanted to throw this out here at a public meeting that I'm really concerned when people are doing research on our kids for their purposes. It's very vague to know what are our purposes that they are in line with. So this one bothers me. I would appreciate some conversation, or number 7, let me point out specifics. Name of the PAUSD employee sponsor who will be responsible for the district point of contact. Frankly, I can't think of a circumstance in which we want our staffers to use someone that we haven't hired to do work that we specifically want done. Why we would use our kids as anyone's researchers. It would have to be a really compelling reason for me to know what our kids are. So frankly, I would prefer that if there were externally sponsored research, it'd be rare enough that it come before the board for permission. I think using our kids in any way, I've been concerned about not abuses, but stretching the limits in the past. And until we get this worked out, I would appreciate the board taking a look at it, and then maybe, a year or two from now, maybe revisiting if it's not an issue. But my question would be, how many externally sponsored researchers have we had in the last 5 years? What permission have they been given? How have they used the information? I don't think the board can approve a AR without having real information of what our experience has been.
Well, those are some great observations, Ms. Townsend, and that's a large part of the reason why this is before you, because I found it confusing at times to try to figure out everything that was going on around here. The external sponsored research component of the guidelines are explicit in making the research that they are proposing be aligned with our school goals or our district goals, and not for any purposes other than that, not for the promotion of human understanding or enlightenment. So it has to be research that is directly contributing to something where we would gain by having them work with our students. So that's the first, that's the first really important part of the oversight. Now, it's not the XSR, the external sponsored research process includes review by the site principals, by people who are in student services, other people in the administration who somehow touch upon whatever the topic is that's being researched. So it's seen by several eyes who have to agree that there is a benefit and that they are doing something that is benefiting us and not them. And so that I think is
something.
Yeah, and that was in large part why I in my previous place instituted that, simply because everybody wanted to come and use the students, and that was something that I did not feel comfortable with. Now, as to your question as to how many projects are going on right now, that is part of the reason why we need to do this, because we don't really know. The current process by which a person receives a memorandum of understanding to conduct research in the district is not overseen in a central way. And so right now,
I'm aware of that.
For me,
yes.
For me to find out what's going on in the district, I would need to go to every site, talk to every principal, and there's no real way of knowing. And so this is kind of a reset for a lot of this.
So I just have a question now that I didn't have before. If you don't know and you want to be aware of it, maybe we need to have a period of time where, according to board policy, the superintendent brings these to the board to be reviewed.
Sure.
And we could decide that, oh, okay, it's fine. Our process, we're not getting a lot of these, and we want to change that process. But if we're trying to get a handle on this, it seems like we should have board review.
So how would you like to handle the discussion?
Sure. Let's go. Go ahead, Mr. Dower.
So we talked through some of these issues on the BPRC, and including the issue of requiring that there be a benefit to the district and to students of research, which can be a complicated question.
Yes.
Because it involves considering, both the benefits and the costs, and which is, I think, why we should, in general, delegate that decision to staff members, because I don't think that the board is very well set up to weigh those considerations themselves. And I think this is the sort of matter that really is best left to staff. I certainly think it's a good idea to for staff to report to the board periodically on what proposals have been received and what their disposition was, and so that the board can have a look at how the process is being administered. So that's how I would think about this. In terms of
So are you thinking on an annual basis?
an annual basis, I think would be a reasonable.
Yeah, that's
What I think we shouldn't do is try to review proposals prospectively as part of the review process. I think we're not necessarily going to get that right. And if we see problems in administration, then we can correct them at the time of an annual review. In terms of the question of using associating the district's name with research, we also, which Ms. Townsend raised, we also discussed that, and there were several circumstances mentioned in which it would benefit the district to have our name associated with research. So, for example, research about best practices in the district, where we want to other professionals in other districts to know that we're doing these things so that they can reach out to us and so that we can benefit from professional interchange and our staff can. And so this also, I think, is best handled on a case-by-case basis, and is, I think, well within the purview of the superintendent and staff to be able to make a decision in individual cases. So that's why we left it as we did.
Yeah. Can I add?
Yes.
Go ahead. So the idea is that there is an independent review board, and they do report to the board. We can make it semi-annually. Mr. Kohler and I have worked in the system, and we did this, and we entrusted the board to do it through. They were the experts, and they made the decisions, and they did report back. They actually published an agenda of what topics were coming up, so it was very open. Not in your packets, because again, we did this after we had this meeting, after the packet went to press. But it's online with the board packet. It says we added more stringent language for the certification too, for external researchers. We said they shall further certify that they will safeguard the privacy of research subjects, will protect all personally identifiable information in accordance with industry standards, that they will not share any such data without the prior written consent of the research subject and the superintendent or designee. So we tried to strengthen what, even in your packet, make it even more so. Oh, did it? Is it in your packet? Okay. Yep. Oh, good, it got printed, all right.
I mean, after this conversation, I would feel more comfortable if the board got a report. I think we should get it twice a year to start, and then maybe scale back to once a year if we don't need that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll come back. Ms. Godfrey, did you want to add anything?
Well, with respect to this conversation that we had in the BPRC, there was, we acknowledged the 2-meeting rule and our history of bouncing things off the agenda, and thought that this might be a kind of thing that would get bounced off the agenda. And if we had some other way to keep the trains running and keep an eye on the committee that forms and the results of that committee, that seemed like a better way to keep research on track versus having it be competing with other agenda items and our 2-meeting rule.
Explain that. I don't understand what.
So,
what a 2-meeting rule for what?
For
the board.
If we had these decisions come to the board instead of the staff, we have a 2-meeting rule, and so we have those at least to get a decision back to the folks who need a decision. Plus, we have a tendency to bounce things off the agenda.
But how many of these do we have? Again, that's the question. I mean, I can't believe if you're doing research. I've done research. You know, you have 2 weeks. You have a month to get an okay. I mean, we're not talking years here. If again, I don't know how many people we have in our community doing research, but it seems to me, oversight for our students' safety and concerns for our district name is more important to me than outside people doing their research. And God bless them. We all need to do our research, and we want to encourage that. But I do also worry about the political overtones of some organizations who do research. And I think it's really important for the board to look at who these people are until they've established a reputation. And and I think it's a board decision. So I appreciate the comments, but gosh, and to leave it in, I mean, again, if Dr. Kohler were, yeah, or Mr. Doctor, whatever, educated, were the person in charge of this, at least it would be a district person. The problem is we've lost things when they've gone into the schools. We never hear it. We need someone who's accountable, who knows the standards, and it would seem to me that a district person would be the best one.
The policy that's outlined appoints a person to be that person who would be responsible for monitoring it, and I'm assuming now either the semi-annual report out to the board as to what's going on. I used to give a quarterly report to the board where it was just a 2 or 3 page sheet. There was a chart that said, here are the people who have been interested, here are the ones that are ongoing, so that the board was informed of the work that was going on. There were times when the board stepped in and modified plans that people had to do work. It was very infrequent simply because by the time something made it to that sheet of paper, it had been reviewed by at least half a dozen people in the organization. But you're exactly right, having one person who's accountable, and that's me, that's what I love. I love making sure that there's somebody accountable at the end of the day. And so that's written explicitly into this so that there is somebody with whom the buck stops.
So, Ms. Townsend, I'm not sure, I think
Here,
I've
this
lost
is
the
it.
plot. It's this Human and Animal Subjects Review Committee is the body who reviews it.
Yep.
The sponsor, in quotes in number 7, might be an individual in the district.
The sponsor, that's actually a pragmatic cop-out for me, calling it a sponsor, because I get a lot of people who call me up and want to do work, and oftentimes these might be graduate students in the district, and that's actually a separate case. But what has
That's a separate case.
Sorry?
Why is that a separate case?
Well, it goes through the same process, but one of the things I want to make sure to not have happen as an unintended consequence is for the impeding of any work that's done for the development, the professional development of our staff as they pursue graduate degrees. And so those are reviewed by the IRB, and those need to have the sign-off. In addition to the university, it needs to go through our IRB process, because we have a much greater stake in our students' well-being than the IRB at the San Jose State. Also, the externally sponsored research process makes sure that the principal and anybody else who might be impacted by that signs off on the work as well. It makes sure that the principal, as a site administrator, has absolute knowledge of anything that's going on within their walls. But it's not meant to put a chill on the employees who are looking to pursue their own education here on the site, because most of the. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we want our staff to do work.
Right.
And we hire people to do work. I want the light to be bright between people who are doing research in our district, who are from outside the district, and then who we may actually hire thereafter based on their results to do our consulting. I think that's a very bad line to cross over. So either you do research, and it be research that we control, or you do consulting. That's a different thing. But when you have one organization who may be doing research and then doing their own research based on our kids using our name, doing consulting off it, that's a bad line. So we want to make sure within our rules that we cover that.
Right, and this is written so that as soon as it's approved, we can start to ask about that and investigate or put a stop to things that are going on without our knowledge.
Although that's not in these ARs right now. I would like to see it in there.
That's in the component that's not in the packet, the policies, the procedures.
Can you put it up?
I don't have it electronically with me.
Okay, well, you heard my concerns.
Well, it's going to
about
come
that.
back for the next meeting.
Well, and
It'll
that's
come
right.
back for vote, yeah.
I'll be at that 3-minute podium.
There you
just
go.
kinda-
Yeah, yeah.
I will give my feedback. You understand my concerns. I think there has been concerns in the past, and I'm aware of them. I do know that people have been concerned about people who are doing research in the district, have used the district name, and then gone on to do consulting in our district based upon their research. I have no control over their research. I don't know how good their research is or not. So for me, do a bright line. Either you do your research or you consult with us, but not both, because it's too compelling. I mean, we all have done research, and we've all seen bad research, and we've all seen good research. So we just want this not to be political. We want it clear. We want it obvious. We want light shined on this. And so if you come back and that's clear, I'll make further reference. But who would be on this committee, this oversight committee?
Take
ICBU?
applications, actually.
Sorry?
Would we take applications?
We would take applications. It
Oh.
requires a couple of faculty members. The specifics are a teacher who is in the sciences, a teacher who is in the humanities, because we'll have to review applications like that, as well as somebody who has direct contact with counseling services, so it would be a counselor, psychologist, somebody who understands the adolescent, the mind and well-being. And then we would find an external person who would also sit on the committee so that it avoids conflict of interest. We have somebody from the outside.
Oh,
I see your name on this committee.
Yeah, right. And you would be on this as the chair?
If appointed by Dr. McGee.
I see. I mean, it is great to have someone whose job it is to make sure it's fair. I would feel so much better.
So this can't come back on consent?
No.
Okay.
We'll bring this back
If you
as a
have
regular
specific
item.
language, though,
Right.
because we do need
Get
to
it
move
ahead
this
of it.
December 6th, so.
Right, well, I need to see the updated.
And the policies,
Yeah.
procedures, all that, right. But if you do, if you want to add to that list of 1 through 7.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you for, I love this. I'm
I know you
glad
do,
it's
yeah.
here. I'm sorry we had to put it over. But
It's great. I think we just don't have a sense for how many are going on, but you might not either. And
You have
this is
no
a great
idea?
way to create a clearinghouse and
Yes.
also to
Mhm.
shine a light on it. And I think we need to be careful about student survey fatigue. And
Yes.
right, because
Right.
when we as a board would like to get in touch with our students, but they've already been subjects of research from other things throughout the year that weren't, directed by us, we get pushback then, right? And that's difficult. David, did you want to comment on this at all?
Oh, well, yeah, I think
David's
that's
so tired.
definitely a very good point.
Yeah.
Especially considering how repetitive some of the surveys may seem to students.
Yeah.
A lot of them tend to ask the same kind of questions, which may lead to some students not doing a very good job filling out surveys. So, yeah, that's a good point.
And there's nothing more annoying than participating in a survey and never seeing the results, right?
Yes.
That's terrible. Everybody hates that. So it is important to make sure that there's a feedback loop back to the board. Well, thank you, board, for your insightful comments and thoughtful comments. And do you feel like you have enough information, Mr. Kohler and Dr. McGee, to bring this back?
Yes, I do have good notes.
Well, and I'll send any other.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you said there is something more online than here, or
We,
not?
we have I don't know, is a policies and procedure, I don't know if the policy and procedures are
Okay, that's
online.
right. I'll
But
look. We'll talk.
we can send that out to everybody tomorrow
Okay.
and make sure it is posted online.
Okay, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to our high school A to G and college enrollment report and AP enrollment. Dr. McGee.
Great. Well, thank you. Mr. Kohler and Dr. Haxton will be presenting this. And we've asked them, when we reviewed the presentation with the agenda setting committee, to put the takeaways first and then have the data as a backup and the graphs as a backup. So we've organized this a little differently than it was in the first iteration. So in the interest of time, we may want to extend the meeting time.
Oh, thank you. Can I have a motion to extend?
What time would you like?
11.
11. So moved. Second.
Ms. Townsend moved, Ms. Baton Caswell seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Right, great. So they're going to touch, hit on the highlights and probably maybe go through the graphs a little more quickly, and we can certainly come back to those during questions and answers. And so with that, I'm going to let you start. I got to run out just for a minute.
All right.
So you go right ahead. I'll be right back.
Thank you, and I'm very happy that we made it to the program tonight.
We are too.
This is you can see that this is growing like a tree that's got different rings as it's evolved. So thank you very much for making sure we got in here today. I don't know do I have a clicker? Okay.
Oh. I have the power. There you go.
Thank you. So the first part of the presentation tonight is about post-secondary outcomes. One of the things that I think is relatively new reporting for the district is the use of National Student Clearinghouse data. Right now, 98% of all students who enroll in higher education in the United States are tracked through National Student Clearinghouse. This was originally set up in order to prevent college loan fraud. And it turned out that people realized this is a great way to find out about longer-term outcomes of your students. So what you're going to be seeing tonight is information that's collected by the National Student Clearinghouse. It covers 3,600 colleges and universities in the United States. And by providing them with the names of our graduates, and they use this for the universities to verify high school diplomas, by providing the names of our students, they are able to give us reports that talk about where they are, what they're doing, and what they've attained in terms of degree completion. Okay. So one of the things that we hope that this data does is inform some of our larger district discussions about defining measures of success for our graduates. One of the equity and access district goals relates to setting a baseline for finding out how our graduates are performing and using that then to set future goals for things that we would like to improve based upon the things that we're seeing here. So tonight for the college attainment, we really consider this to be the baseline presentation for you tonight and hope that it will spark some great conversations moving forward. So the key takeaways that you'll be hearing about is that our graduates typically do enroll in college, that completion rates for PAUSD graduates are higher than the nation and comparable to the state, and that our minority students and special education students attend and complete college at lower rates than their general ed peers, but they are doing comparatively well compared to the college attainment of other students who are not PAUSD graduates. And you'll see a graph about that in a minute. So about 90% of our graduates go on to post-secondary education, but what's interesting is that it's not immediate. You'll see that what you see here are the classes of 2008 through the classes of 2015. And what the two bars show, the first bar shows the students who have ever enrolled after they've graduated from our district. So, for example, in the class of 2008, 91% of the graduates of class of 2008 enrolled in a university in post-secondary education at some point after they've left us. Now, the second bar shows the percentage of those students who were enrolled the year immediately following their graduation. So what you can see then with the class of 2008 is that 82% of the students immediately went into college, and eventually 91% of them went on to attend. So an additional 9% did not go immediately, but eventually found their way there.
And just to add to the definition of immediate, right, we have defined that as within 1 year after high school graduation. And there is an artifact of the data in National Student Clearinghouse where some institutions report late, and then they what's called backfill the data. So there is a little bit of, if they've enrolled in the fall, they might not show up until the spring or the following summer. So there is a little bit of an artifact, but that's only a couple percentage points.
And you can see from the 2014-15 on the far right that that the dark blue line hasn't really grown yet. So those are some students who are taking longer to matriculate. Most of the students who attend college...
I'm sorry, but that last bar, that just means we haven't... So in the spring, that number will be different.
Yeah, we are planning on updating this annually, and there is a lag because they have to get the enrollment information and process it before it gets sent to us in a usable form. So that's why you're not seeing anything about the class of 2016. It'll be a year before they show up.
So that's not a comparable, just to go back one slide, I'm sorry, that's not a comparable number to the other ones?
Right.
Okay.
It's only really capturing a meeting.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Just so that people in the community are clear that that's not exactly the same as the other ones. Thank you.
Also, most of our graduates attend a four-year college and university, which is, and I'm going to move quickly on some of these things that are probably not surprising or controversial.
But if they're good news, we like to hear about them.
Yes. Oh, this is a big batch of good news.
Okay.
So I'm glad I can leave you with this at your last meeting. One of the interesting things is that the percentage of our students who are attending out of state, out of California schools is increasing. You can see that by 2015, the class at the top, we were now retaining 49% of our graduates in state. And you can see that if you go back to 2008, it was at 73%. So you can see that that's a long-term trend over the last 8 years that's been happening.
I think that's true for states. Keep training students.
And this chart, which is requires a little bit more of a magnifying glass, is breaking it down by in-state, out-of-state, but also the institution type. I'd like to point out on the first two things that are shown on the bar are the UC and the CSU schools. And then the next two categories are in-state but private and two-year institutions before you go to the last categories of out-of-state institutions. So you can see this graph showing the trend toward more students going out of state, and you can also see that there are fewer students than there were 8 years ago going to the UC system. The students who stay in state do go to a mix of public and private colleges. The ones who go out of state primarily go to private colleges. This is an interesting thing that we want to know in terms of the well-being of our students after they leave, and that is the persistence rates from first to second year of college. What this graph shows is the persistence of our students, which means do they attend their first year and then do they come back? This is a very important measure for colleges and universities because they don't like to go to the trouble of enrolling somebody, processing them, and then have them depart before they complete the degree. So what you can see here is that the persistence rates are very high for our students, in the 90%. Our underrepresented students are lower than our majority students, and that's something that I think is worth keeping an eye on in terms of talking about college preparation, but it's still very high at 83%. So the PAFC students from the class of 2008, here's the big takeaway from this, is that they had higher rates of degree completion than the nation and comparable rates to the state of California. So on the far left you see that of the class of 2008 we have a completion rate of 74% of students who attended college, completed college. Now a quick fact about how college completion is measured. They look at a 6-year window. So students who complete within those 6 years are considered to have been relatively on track, and that's what the colleges are looking for, and that's what this report is looking for in terms of talking about our students being on time. The lightly colored bar next to the dark bar shows the percentage of our graduates who completed college, including all those who did not attend. So of the graduating class of 2008, 68% attained a college degree. of all the students who, from the class of 2008 who went to college, 74% of them did complete college. The state completion rate for students who started in a four-year public institution is 69%. And for private schools, it's 77%. That's state completion rate. The national completion rate is 55%. So our completion rate of 74, 69, and 68 is well above the historical national completion rates of 55, comparable to the completion rates that we see at California schools. This chart shows that most of the graduates from the classes of 2008 and 2009 completed their bachelor's degree in 4 years, which is good. It means that they were able to progress through college. We've been hearing an awful lot about college costs in the last couple of board meetings. And so we wanted to make sure that we could stress the good news that our students are well prepared to not only complete college, but also to complete in a timely fashion. I've got 3 kids in college now, so I completely appreciate the value that is being added to the students' experience by helping them complete quickly.
Yeah.
But the official definition for the National Center for Education Statistics is 150% of the normal time. So 6 years is considered on time, but we're showing both 4-year and 6-year completion rates in this graph. Now, we wanted to talk about some of the subgroup numbers, and what this graph is showing is the immediate enrollment rates for our graduates by racial ethnic group. What you can see is that the immediate enrollment for the Black and Hispanic students is lower than the students who are white, Asian, or multicultural. Just for a quick point of context for the national enrollment numbers, we took a look at the national enrollment numbers, and for the Black and Hispanic and the Asian populations, our immediate enrollment numbers are roughly double the national enrollment rates based on the 2014 statistics.
Ours are double the national rate?
Yes, yes.
Make sure we...
Yeah, we should have put a,
Do you want to start the
a
beginning
line
of the
up there.
sentence again?
Or
What's
press.
double?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the national enrollment rates, and I'm looking at the 2014 numbers, the national enrollment rates are half of the numbers that we're putting up there for our schools.
There you go.
Across all the groups.
Right.
So, more good news.
Thank you.
Let's say that louder.
I know.
Sorry, Ms. Townsend, we put ends in, so we didn't have room for percentages.
Oh, okay. Okay. And
what's interesting is that over time, so that whole delayed entry into college is something that's interesting, and eventually it would be really cool to find out, what that delay represents. But what this graph demonstrates, the dashed lines are the immediate enrollments for the underrepresented students in red and for the majority students in blue. And what you can see is that the solid lines demonstrate not immediate enrollment, but did they eventually enroll in post-secondary education. So what you can see is that the gap between the red and the blue lines for example, in 2012, the blue solid line has reached the level of the red dashed line. So what we're seeing is some movement, and again, this is going back in time to the class of 2012 and 2011. But we are seeing that over time, our minority students are beginning to attend at a close to similar rate of the majority students, even though there's a difference in immediate enrollment. Okay, and so this roughly and this is from 2008 to 2015, about 30 to 40% of our students attended UC and CSU schools. We want to show this because it's important for some of the later discussion that we'll be having about A to G recording and A to G accuracy. But what you can see is this breaks it down by ratio ethnicity. This breaks it down by ratio ethnicity. So you can see that there are some differences in attendance patterns for our students based upon some of the subgroups. And again, I think that this information can have a very powerful role in helping to inform, for example, our counseling, and to inform some of the MATD programming moving forward as we're looking at some of the longer term outcomes for the students that are being served.
Interesting.
So our HUR students, this is an interesting chart for me because while it's showing that our graduates, our minority graduates who enroll in college complete their degrees at lower rates than their peers, I want to point out that the overall national completion rate for students of all races is 55%. And so, you know, this is a really good example of being able to talk about something that we're doing well, but we can be doing better. And, you know, so I would look at this with a sense of the opportunity that this presents for us, you know, to do better.
55% of all students?
Of all students, all racial groups.
Only 55%?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
And, oh, hold on, I think I went the wrong way here. Oh, I double jumped. Okay, and I think we have, oh wait, I'm missing one. Oh, my printout is missing a page. Okay, so now I know what my problem is. Okay, for our students who receive special education services, they do immediately enroll in college at a lower rate than the general education peers, but the gap again decreases over time. So again, that's a question of not seeing immediate enrollment, but we do see delayed enrollment. And again, that would be something that I think might be important for us to understand in serving this student population. And if we take a look at their completion rates, while they do complete their degrees at a lower rate than the general education students, I'll remind you that the overall completion rate is 55% nationally. So again, our students fare well against the average American student. You know, they perform similarly. So I am going to now turn over for part two to Dr. Haxton for a discussion of AP courses.
All right. So we had presented at, at a former board meeting about AP exam taking and pass rates, and so we are just following up with AP course taking, and specifically how it relates to the district's equity and access goals. In the multi-year equity plan goal, one of the short-term outcomes that's named is to specifically increase the number and percentage of HUR students in AP classes. And so we just present the most recent 2 years, and we, as you see, 65 HUR students in the class of 2015, so this is over their high school careers, took a total of 122 AP classes. And then in the class of 2016, 50 HUR students took 89 AP classes. This is total cumulative over their high school careers. And so what we take from these numbers as really, again, baseline measures to inform the multi-year equity plan, which I know will be presented at a later board meeting, and really that these need to be taken all together, that additional understanding of course taking patterns and exam taking and exam passage needs to be looked at over time to really understand trends.
That was just our point. I said 1 year doesn't make a trend, but percentage-wise.
And we'll see that in a minute. So key takeaways are exactly that as we know, work remains to achieve proportional representation, which is the stated goal in AP classes, both by gender and race ethnicity, which I'll show you in the next couple of slides. And in addition to access to courses, work remains to address AP exam performance achievement gaps, which we presented in the previous board meeting. Okay, so I apologize for the slide being difficult to read, but we wanted to present the breakdown by AP classes, which was the request, and I think you can see the patterns there. In that male students are overrepresented in AP. So the percentages that you see are the percentage of male students in each AP class, and the parentheses are the ends.
So it's weird.
And so any number over 50% shows that there are more males than females enrolled in the classes. AP classes offerings by the College Board are STEM heavy, so that's a part of it. That's not unique to Palo Alto at all, but as you go down the list, you can see that the non-STEM classes have more balanced or sometimes more female representation. And we also see this next chart shows Black and Hispanic student enrollment. So that's the HUR column, and the non-HUR column are white and Asian students. And you can see that relative to their proportion of the high school population, Black and Hispanic students are underrepresented in AP courses. And this next slide talks about performance gaps. So the percentage of HUR and non-HUR students passing AP exams with a score of 3 or higher. And what the light gray shows is when HUR students' passage rates are 5% or more lower than the non-HUR students. So that's just to highlight where there are achievement gaps among those who take the AP courses and exams. But I think it is also important to notice that there are many cells, many classes, where there's not an achievement gap, where students who take the AP classes pass exams at similar rates across race and ethnicity. All right, and part 3 is A to G completion rates. So again, this is part of the Equity and Access District goal, the large Equity and Access District goal, which is to create, one of them is to create a multi-year equity plan. And one of the listed short-term outcomes is that the number and percentage of HUR students meeting A to G requirements increases. Now, what we found in looking into this data is that it is difficult for us to measure progress on this goal, and we will go into that on the next slides. Okay, so in looking at this data, we identified inconsistencies in how courses have been tagged in Infinite Campus, our student information system, and the University of California Office of the President system. That's the A to G system for UC. There are inconsistencies over time and across sites, across high schools, and that includes how courses are labeled as A to G and how they're designated for honors or AP credit. There are retroactive fixes that have been made, but then that presents challenges to the historic data fidelity in our Infinite Campus system, because once a change is made, it is made to that course retroactively. So that means that it changes the status for students who have taken the course in the past. And we're in process of fixing these data issues, but there's a caveat that any data that we report now is in flux and it does need to be interpreted with caution. So we are taking steps to improve the district's tracking practices. So what we are doing is working with the district high school staff to create a more accurate system. And we're looking to work with an independent consultant to create a new district course master. What a course master is the full list of courses that are offered across all of secondary. So that includes middle schools and high schools, and it would have the same numbers and names across both high schools, which is not the current practice. So what we expect to happen as a result of this project is to increase the alignment of course offerings across the 2 high schools, as I said, and the goal would be to start this with 9th graders incoming in 2018-19. This is a long process that we can talk about in Q&A, the details. This would improve students' four-year academic planning and A to G progress monitoring during students' high school careers. So right now, this is being used as a measure of A to G completion for prior graduating classes. But if we get this fix right, it would allow us to better track progress during students' high school careers. It would also improve the accuracy of GPA calculations, which we know relates to earlier topics of the evening. And it will improve the accuracy of our state reporting of A to G completion. All right, so this is also a difficult chart. Just to orient you to the key, right? Infinite Campus is IC, our student information system, and CalPAD stands for the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, which is our state reporting system. And A to G is required by districts to be reported to the state in December of each year for the prior graduating class. So A to G completion is reported to the state, and it will be part of the in development state's new college and career indicator. So what to take from this slide is the CalPAD's lines, the dotted lines, are what has been reported on behalf of the district and is publicly available on state website as our schools and district completion rates of A to G for the past several years. And in the fall of 2015, as you'll see the explosion lines, REA, our office, IT staff, and the high schools began to look at course approvals in the UCOP A to G system and how courses were identified in IC. So there was a recognition of a problem and an attempt, a beginning of fixing it. But I think what we found is that there's widespread recognition that the system is very complex and no single person can really fix it writ large. And so this, we're saying, needs to be a priority for everyone, really. It needs to be a team effort of the chief academic officer of secondary, high school administrators, REA, and IT.
Can you just say that again? When was this identified as a problem?
Well, I think in fall of 2015, there was a concerted effort of all the people who I mentioned to come together to identify some of the challenges and to start to fix them. And there's ongoing effort on a course-by-course basis as well. So the issues are named in the packet and the memo, but there's been a lack of alignment between how courses are identified in IC and in the UCOP system. And that is the source of the problem, and I can go into more examples in Q&A if you'd like.
Can I just ask a clarifying question there?
Sure.
Is are the CalPAD's data, are they interfacing with the UCOP system, or are they reflecting our reporting?
They are reflecting our reporting.
Thanks.
And so this was a request from the board to present subgroup breakdowns of A to G completion. However, that caveat is very important. I mean, it's hard for us to understand whether this is real or an artifact of bad data right now, so I really caution against using this. So it is what it is. But and then another question from the board is that in 2018 there will be a new requirement for Algebra 2 completion in order to meet A to G requirements, and that's also aligned with the district's new high school graduation requirements. And so this analysis just shows that when that requirement goes into effect, it does not look like it will be a large barrier for our students in the district to fulfill A to G. And that's all we have.
Thanks, Louise. Wow. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, so again, this is an information item. Let's start with any clarification questions that you have for our team here. And we don't have an agenda order, so I'm sort of keeping track as we go along, and I think we're on Mr. Dauber starting.
Okay, I had a question to follow up the one that I just asked you. I guess I don't understand the gap between the CalPAD's A to G graduation rates and the ones that are generated from IC, if we are the source of both of them. I don't understand how the UCOP disparity contributes to that. Can you explain that piece?
Yes, and the answer is complicated. So there are several ways that is true. So first of all, the IC, what we have in IC is just based on courses in students as they are on students' transcripts and how they are tagged in IC. So that's the first part of the problem, is that as courses are tagged in IC does not necessarily match how they are in the UCOP system. So an example of that is if a course is not approved for A to G credit in the UCOP system in the year that a student takes it, they will not receive credit, A to G credit for that course. So if a course is archived incorrectly in the year that a student takes it, then they are not actually getting A to G credit for that course. So that's one example. Then there are other issues where students take courses off campus, and this is a pretty large issue depending on the year and the subjects and the schools, but world language is an example of that. And if students take courses off campus, they do not receive A to G credit for those courses unless that institution has gotten UC approval for receiving A to G credit for those courses. So those are two examples of how our students would not be meeting A to G in either IC or the UCOP system. So then the other difference is that we start with the IC report of transcript grades, and then the counselors do an individual transcript review of graduates to count sometimes off-campus courses, or they can also use test scores. And there are a bunch of other ways that you can meet A to G that are not on the transcript. So that taking the paper as a start and then checking is right now done on an individual student basis. And also, what has been reported to CalPADS in the past has been a matter of verification between the district and sites, and that has not always been consistent year to year.
So if IC were accurate, you would expect the CalPADS number to reflect. So what you're saying, I think, is that the fact that it looks to me like the CalPADS number is consistently higher than the IC number may reflect the fact that the IC number doesn't reflect these kind of manual changes to individual students' A to G completion based on these other factors like courses taken externally or mistakes in UCOP designation. Am I understanding what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So it's, okay. But what we don't do is go back and correct IC, because IC is sort of calculating on the basis of its understanding of the A to G status of courses taken. There's no like A to G bit that gets flipped on each student record. Is that right?
That's right. It's manual, and it's entered. A course's designation can change year to year based on what it's approved for A to G every year.
Okay, so I think I understand. I mean, so my conclusion from that is it's not necessarily the case that the district was misreporting to CalPADS.
Right. It's hard to tell exactly what the perfect number is, but yes, that the district is making its best.
It's not on its face apparent that it was misreported. Okay, well, that's good to know. I had a couple other questions, observations. Do you want me to do
those? Put the slides back up, please.
You have
you have
30 seconds.
Do you want just because we may want to.
Okay. So one of them, including my dauber, 30. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We add the dauber 5 minutes. So I wanted to look at the UC CSU attendance rate, because actually when I looked at it, it didn't look to me like it was actually declining over time, which I think is what Mr. Kolar said.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Clearly, I mean, so it looks like a big difference is this year, the California 2 years, so community college attendance is substantially down. But if I look at the first two components of the bar, that's pretty consistent over time, 27, 23. So it doesn't look to me like there's been a decline in attending UC CSUs over time.
No, not
Is that right? Okay.
Okay.
That's all I had for my...
Colleagues, we did get a card. Shall we take that next?
Sure.
Okay. So, Giselle Galpert, would you mind coming up to the podium? Thank you so much.
My name is Giselle Galper, and I'd like to comment on the district's achievement of the A to G college enrollment in our curriculum.
Pull the mic down to you.
All right. In reviewing the district data, I'm not one to look at all these things regularly. I was a little shocked by the 9% number. I'm not sure it's a number that people in our community would think about, no college after 1 year. But then the A to G requirement number, which looks like it might be off, really struck me. It looked like it was around 15% not achieving that. So I decided to look at the A to G classes and the course catalog. And this is really why I'm here. It's a curriculum comment, which is it seems like if you exclude PE and living skills, we have 25 non-A to G classes, which when I started this process, I thought, oh, there are a couple, but there are actually a lot. And people seem very surprised by this number. And I was wondering if this is something that the district could be digging into or should be digging into. I understand there's a career tech objective, but I'm wondering if it's not aligning with our objective for completing the A to G requirement. And I'm also wondering, and I'm not, obviously I started looking at this process because of the weighted grades, right? And so then I was looking at, and I stopped because I ran out of time, what other districts were doing with their curriculum, our benchmarks districts, the 21st Century Consortium, and then the local schools. And I noticed they have different sort of honors and AP classes, and I know that's a hot button topic, but I think it's important that we realize, especially when you look at those gender issues and accessibility, that other districts seem to be offering, forgive the language, softer APs in terms of literature, history, and government, which, this is way out of my bailiwick, might have fewer prerequisites, might be easier to access for some kids. Because I have a kid who's been in that high lane of math. Those kids are like pushing it in 7th and 8th grade to get into then the GOH, Algebra 2H, right, analysis, BC calculus. Some start in 6th grade. There are 6th graders who are in that track. And so if you're not on that track, you're out of those prerequisites. You can't jump in the math. Then it's the sciences. And not everybody loves science. They're not passionate about bio-H or chem-H. Maybe it's intimidating. But, you know, government, history, lit. So what I'm asking is that the board ask the district to take a closer look at our curriculum and see how is our curricular offerings comparing to our benchmark districts. And then how is that affecting our A to G achievement and our stretching kids. We have 60% of kids taking honors and AP, but that means 25% of our kids who finish the A to G requirements aren't stretching into honors and AP. And why? I mean, I don't understand the her thing, the historically underrepresented, but colleges, when I've been looking at this for the weighted grades, forget about weighted grades, they all want to see that the kids are stretching themselves and doing college preparatory work. So it seems like it's something we want to encourage, the weighted grade aside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Townsend.
Wow, Giselle did a lot more homework than I did, so that I'm put to shame. But very, very thoughtful. Obviously, a lot of work to be done. But first of all, I love the presentation. Thank you so much. And I really like county, state, national trends, national benchmarks. It gives us a sense, you know, it's like how many of our kids are getting National Merit Honor? We operate at such a high achieving level. We drive ourselves nuts with trying to hit some benchmarks that are just extreme. And I think sometimes we have to be a little gentler. And I appreciate your putting national, county, state benchmarks to help us let's see, the A through G requirements, boy, that's a conversation of its own, which Giselle's mentioned. Page 10 of the presentation, key takeaways, advanced placement work remains to achieve proportional representation in AP classes by gender, race, ethnicity. I always add the language by bringing kids up. Never do we ever want to be in the position where we're not trying to bring everybody up. And if we are bringing everybody up, let's acknowledge it. I know we're trying to decrease the gap, but hopefully that is because we're bringing kids up and not because we're bringing anybody down. So I'd love to see language in the future that captures that mindset that the district has been after. Because nationally we've seen articles where that hasn't been. But for me, if we want all our kids to do better and hopefully bring kids who haven't historically done well, let's find ways to help them. And we've put a lot of money into that, so hopefully we're going to do that more. So same goes with male students are overrepresented in AP. That term, if I were male, I would find offensive. Male students are highly represented in AP. Let's bring female representation up. There are no scapegoats here. No one is overrepresented. Let's say highly represented, but bring the others up. Too many target language in national politics. We got to do away with that here too. I guess language matters there, so I would like to see it. My concerns on page 14, it says expected results from improving A through G, increase alignment of course offerings. Why? I don't understand what the purpose is. How does just alignment do anything? What is the downside of aligning? What are we losing? It's those general questions. Maybe you can go back and answer that, but I'm not one for a huge uniformity unless there's a purpose. So I want to understand the purpose and wonder what we're losing, and if it's any individuality, uniformity, I wouldn't want to do it. Improve the accuracy of GPA calculations. I didn't catch that, what that was about. I think I'm dealing with GPA on another issue, but that's okay. With I'm under that Terry timeline there. I have a minute 15. It is interesting, though, more kids are going to out-of-state school or out-of-state colleges more, and my understanding on the other flip side of that, more kids are coming from out-of-state into the UC systems, and we're charging out-of-state tuition for all those out-of-staters coming in. And likewise, I hear this is a national trend that our UCs and CSUs are limiting so that our kids in California are going elsewhere and paying significantly more tuition. They're paying out-of-state tuition. Is that the reflection that you're getting in this data? Or do you have any opportunity to even comment on that? I'm not sure what we do about that in our district, even if that is an observation, but, and I guess we don't have a recommendation around that per se. Nah, okay, then let's go on. Do you know what is the national college graduation rate? Is it about 30%? I mean, college degrees in general? I was trying to look online here, and for some reason some video came up and played, so I turned it off. But I'll find it. No need to. But again, I know what 85%. Help me, folks. In Palo Alto, our community members, the normal education, like 85% has college degree plus. I mean, it's hugely advanced. So it's just good to know what our community has, what the national norm is. Just kind of, I like that. Thank you. This is really helpful. It's a good beginning.
Thank you. Ms. Godfrey.
I appreciate you doing the key messages up front and then diving into the data. I know there's some people who like to start with the data and then get to the answer, and some people like to start with the answer and go back through the data. I must start with the answer and go back to the data. So a couple just quick technical things. One was on that page 5 where it shows 78% for the class of 2015 because we don't have a longer term college start. You probably should just get rid of the blue bar instead of having to explain it. And then on the historical A to G rates, I know I've probably bugged you on that multiple times because we did make a conscious decision. We being the royal we, I wasn't on the board at the time, but I appreciated that that decision was made about making that a graduation requirement. So we have old presentations with those numbers in them. Like, I understand that as the courses change, you can't really go back and try and recreate those data from prior years, but we have old presentations done contemporaneously that you could go find, and we could use that as kind of, we'll assume they did it properly in those years.
We haven't had an update for probably 3 years, though.
Right. So we have at least the 2013 data. That's around, and there's probably data from before that. So assuming they did the math right, and we'll assume they did, at least we have a starting place. Okay, so I think the MATD team was going to look at some of these as indicators, as metrics. Has that happened already?
I have not. I have to check with Martha. So
Okay, yeah, I thought it was sometime between,
we can
like when
find
you were
out.
supposed to present this last time and now.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
and they got bumped off the last agenda also, and so we were coordinating with them to share data to make it part of our and their presentations.
Okay, because there's a couple in here that are, that would be great to track, like persistence. Persistence for HOR students dropping over the last few years feels like the wrong thing. The other thing that I think I would share with MATD team, if any of them is in the room here, was that statistic about, let's see, on page 13, where the solid lines, slide 13, where the solid lines are coming together with majority students and the HER students attending college ever. And while it seems to be without us doing much, coming together years after they've graduated, or whatever number of years after they graduated, it would be great if we could make a conscious decision to keep track of the kids who leave here who we don't think are going to college right away, and keep doing whatever it takes to get them in college so we can get those 2 points to come together. So I know we've added like Rise Up in the summer before senior year as well as the summer after senior year. And I think there's some discussion about doing Rise Up even before that, but I would love to have a way to do something similar after they're already gone. So the kids who say to us, I may get to college eventually, it's not on my radar at this moment, like a way to keep in contact with them and do what we can to get them in, so these two dots come together. Or as Camille would say, so that the blue dot rises up to the red dot. Also, the AP, of course and exam participations probably would be a logical one to have on the MATD dashboard. And one other kind of quick question on slide number, what is this slide, 23? This one with all the gray boxes. So those
Put that up
boxes,
there.
the boxes that have no numbers in them, so class of 2016, her students, see the empty boxes, does that mean there are no students in there? I can't remember what that, did you tell us? And I spaced out?
No, sorry, it's in the table footnote, which is even smaller than the numbers. So it says that we only included exams. Oh, so first of all, the list only includes exams that had, or courses that had more than 100 students in them total.
Okay.
And then the cells, we're not reporting it if it's fewer than 10 students.
Okay, so
because those percentages
empty
are really
cells-
bounced around a lot.
So those empty cells
Mean that
under the
fewer than
per-
10 students.
So they had fewer than 10 students. Okay. Alrighty then. I'm finished.
Okay, Ms. Peyton Caswell.
Okay, so First of all, I just want to go back to my memory here, and I think actually we've never had a really solid A to G report. So I don't want to send people on a wild goose chase to find data that wasn't good to start out with. I mean, maybe you should just have it, but I don't think you need to bring it back to us if it wasn't that great to start out with. How are we, given that we set the A through G as a graduation requirement, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago, how are we?
No, it was before mine.
Oh, it was before you even got on. Okay, so this was like 2000, whatever. It's been a number of years. And the reason for doing this was to make sure that our students graduated able. Okay, so 2012. It doesn't really matter. But the reason that we did that, it just happened a while ago. And the reason we did this was because we were told that students were graduating not being aware that they were that they didn't have the courses that made them able to enroll in UC and CSUs, eligible. And we believe that this would have an impact, because we'd heard it had an impact in other places, on the success of particular underserved minority kids being successful in going to college. So since that time, how have we been if we haven't had a good methodology for telling if they've completed the A through Gs, how have we determined who's graduating?
It wasn't required until class of 2016, right?
I guess that's
the
fully
first
right.
class.
Yeah, that's the fully right. But part of what we were trying to do was track early, so we wouldn't suddenly be surprised at graduation day. So have we been doing this manually with every single kid?
Yeah, I think that might be best answered by members of the counseling staff who are, hands-on with that.
Okay. I see somebody in the audience who may want to answer this or may want to push this out for future response. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering how we've been doing this. I mean, the reason that we did this was a good reason. And I know I've been asking for the last 3 years to know how we're doing, and we've had a hard time pulling the numbers together, which is clear now why. Okay, why don't we not answer that right now? But that is an open question that I would like to have answered, and I think probably
We'll make sure that's reflected.
the whole
in the
board would like to have that answered. This whole report is interesting on how we compare nationally and to the state. I'm even more interested now how we compare to peer institutions, because we tend to look like Wobegon compared to the state when we have these summary numbers. And I just want to make sure that we're comparing ourselves to the other places that we want to be like. I assume we haven't done that analysis yet.
No, we haven't. We had talked about it at a previous 21st Century Consortium meeting about the possibility of doing data share, but the other schools are not where we're at, I believe, with using this data yet.
Okay, well, I think it would be good to get there. If we can't get there, I understand that. I think at a step to get there, just on APs, for example, is we used to look at these over time, how we were doing on our AP test scores for all of our kids over time. We used to look for every single class. And I like that you have one that looks at how our underserved minority students are doing, but I'd also like to see overall. I mean, we have a lot of AP classes that aren't on this list, and I know that they weren't all consistent. Just because we teach an AP class doesn't mean our results have been consistent, at least historically they haven't. And I think we should be aware at least about that, how we're doing against ourselves.
Help me with that one more time.
So if we don't know how we're comparing to peer institutions on some of this stuff, we should at least look at ourselves over time on certain things that we haven't gone in as much detail in.
Upon ourselves,
For example, we have, this is a nice comparison chart number 23. I'd like to see it across all of our, over the years. And I'd like to see it for all of our AP classes, not just a subset of the AP classes.
I agree. That's good.
And then I just wanted, can I just ask a clarifying question? On slide 7, is it slide 7, 8? It's the slide where we show, yeah, it's slide 7 and 8. I just want to make sure I understand the difference between slide 7 and slide 8. Is one is the total percentage, and the second is just the first enrollment. And so if a student transfers, they show up in this first slide. Is that correct?
No, slide 7 shows first post-secondary institution enrollment. So this is the first place where they show up in the clearinghouse. And this is not really breaking it down. You can see it's California is orange, and then it breaks it down by regions on the right.
Okay, so it doesn't really make sense when I then look at slide 8, and maybe you could explain why it looks like the number of students that are staying in California has shrunk dramatically, and it doesn't look like that on slide 8.
Right. Looks like it's been stable.
So that
Right there.
in between light yellow, the middle is the light yellow. It's California 2-year institutions. And that's a big source of the percentage change. So that's part of what you had mentioned as the more recent graduating classes will probably get more yellow as time goes on, because 2-year institutions are easier to enroll in later. And so this is first enrollment regardless of when they enrolled, right? So those bars are, you would expect that for 15, a few years out,
So when
there would be more yellow.
So in 7, 2-year institutions are included in
They are
slide
included,
7?
yeah. You add all those up.
That's what's confusing.
Yeah.
It's included in both, because in this, 23 plus 8 plus 14 plus 28.
Right. But
73.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that 2-year weren't in the first
Oh,
and
yeah, they're in
7.
both.
Ms. Castle, can we go, I want to be clear on your question on that last slide about AP result over time.
Okay.
I wasn't clear on what you needed there.
Oh, just the way we've looked at this before is
There you
actually, I think we've looked at a 5-year, but it might have been 3 years, so I don't want to get stuck on that. But we've looked at all of our AP classes, and we've looked at our performance over time. Having it reported this way as pass rate is different than it's been reported before. It's been reported in terms of percentage of 3s, percentage of 4s, percentage of 5s. I'm not sure I care so much about that, but I do want to look at it for all of the AP classes, not just this subset.
Yeah, there's one.
Like, for example, there's a lot of world languages, for example, but the only one listed here is Spanish language.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
We can definitely, it's mostly for presentation issues on a slide, but we can definitely
Yeah,
pull
these
the
were the
full
ones-
list of AP classes.
So I'm less concerned about whether it fits on a slide and more concerned that we get a report page, so.
We can definitely get
Got
that for
it,
you.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, so to confirm, these were only classes that had over 100 enrolled, right? That's why it's a.
Right,
truncated
but I had actually asked for this data last time, and I think maybe it wasn't understood that I wanted it for all the AP classes.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to extend till 11:30, please?
Only if you don't ask for another.
So moved.
Try not to ask for another.
Second.
Mr. Dauber moved, Ms. Townsend seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report. I, like you, are concerned about the information that we can't rely on with regards to our A to G completion. And I'm just wondering, I know in the long run, yay, you guys are on this, but I have a sophomore, and people have kids that are in the middle of their high school careers. So are the schools going to be able to help families understand this and how to help figure out if they're on track or not in the interim of figuring this out?
Yes, I think that's part of the larger fix, and so there are many parts to that answer. First of all, is both high schools do 4-year academic plans at least on an annual basis, and so students do review their course selection and whether they're on track for graduation and A to G requirements, and the schools and counselors can speak more directly to that, but that process does exist. And through that process, students are recommended for summer school and different things to help them be on track. And then also this course master project and the GPA calculations have put in motion things to go into IC and fix the tagging issue, so that students are getting the appropriate credit for the classes that they are taking, and it's bringing to light the issues that need to be fixed in the UC system. So
But if a student is taking something that no longer qualifies for A to G,
So the one challenge is if a student is currently or formerly enrolled in a class that should be A to G but was not correctly tagged as A to G or approved for A to G in the year that they took it, that is correct. There is no way that they will get A to G credit for that. And that does affect some of our students. One thing that, the system is complicated. So one thing that mitigates that is the fact that if a student takes a higher level class than the one that was incorrectly archived, for example, then they'll still get credit for that because it's called validation. It validates the prior class. So that helps many students, but of course there are some cases where that does not happen.
so I would love to, Dr. McGee won't be here, but for there to be a plan for families that are in the high schools now.
Yeah. Well, that's why this course master is such a big, important project. So when will
Sure.
that be wrapped? What's the timeline for the course master?
We are working on that, and the timeline is as soon as we get someone started on it, to be honest.
Was that a matter of 2 months, 6 months?
I believe that right now we're looking at the revising the latest proposal, and so the scope of work. So we have somebody in mind who we've been having a conversation with, a couple of people actually, and so as soon as we can finish the scope of work and move it off to them and get a contract going, so we expect to pick it up relatively soon.
Are we talking software here?
No, well, no, actually we're talking people. This is a manual job. So to get to Ms. Emberlin's question then about when you can do a 4-year academic plan and know what's A to G and what isn't, I mean, that's the gist of it, right? Would that be second semester of next year?
I think we would have to work with the high schools and really come up with
Kathy,
that actual answer.
Denise, Kim?
Yeah,
please.
Yeah.
Before we alarm the community.
I have something I see that tells you that you're on track.
Yeah.
So we make it really clear to our students when they're registering for their courses and selecting courses, which courses are already A to G approved. So that's in the course catalog. It's one of the first lines that they see. We also publish every year the list of A to G courses by subject area, so they can see that. When they meet in their advisory or with their counselor, to review their 4-year plan, we go over A to G requirements. We talk about it at our parent nights with parents. It's a repetitive conversation that we have with them all throughout their 4-year experience. So what we're talking about here in terms of a course master, this is an IT issue, a setup issue for our student information system for Infinite Campus. So this isn't something that our parents or our students need to concern themselves with. It's more of an internal challenge that we've experienced ever since we made the transition from SASE to Infinite Campus in 2010, 2011, when we changed student information systems. So when we talk about courses being tagged or not tagged appropriately, it's because of some of those setup that happened in that conversion wasn't identified soon enough. So that's the process that we're cleaning up. We're also looking at, when we talk about alignment, we're just making sure that our course numbers in our Infinite Campus system are the same at both high schools, so that as a transcript prints out, there's more consistency between the two, and there's not a chance for greater error. So I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it's really not something to panic about. It's more something that's happening behind the scenes that we've known this issue has existed for 5-6 years, but we've been asking for some help in this area, and I think now with Chris's, under his leadership, really taking over this process, we finally have some leverage to move forward on this.
Mm-hmm. I want to add one other thing, and she calmed you, I'll alarm you, but we have it under control. So I do want to give an example that is maybe different from what Kim shared. We have 2 courses for our graduating seniors this year for whom we have an issue, and we've been in direct contact with the UCOP people. We have a plan. We have communicated with each student who is in this situation. The 2 courses that this happened with, and I think you used one as an example, one of the classes, some of the people at the building level had access to the UCOP setting and was accidentally deactivated. So we had it in our course offering book that it said it was A to G approved because it had been, but accidentally it got turned off for last year. Mm-hmm. We fixed that problem, but for students who took that particular course last year, we can't go back and activate it. Another issue happened when our current seniors were freshmen. We used to have a class at Gunn, this was before I arrived, that was a combination of geometry and algebra 2. Palo tagged it as geometry. Gunn tagged it as algebra 2. So our students then have a gap. They don't have geometry on their transcripts. So they're right now, our seniors who are in just this one combo class are looking when they put their records into the UCOP system like they haven't completed their A to G because they have double algebra 2 and not geometry. We've worked with the UC system. Tara Keith and our lead counselor have been on the phone for the last 3 weeks, and we have worked out a way for students to enter it into the UCOP system, put different things in the notes. We've talked with the lead of the whole state program. So I want you to know that as some of these particular issues are arising at the site level, we're working really hard to navigate this for our students. But one of the things that, we said what happened last year, the idea that all changes to our UCOP system now must be done by someone at the district office, and I think that's a really good, good change that was made last year. I think the other thing, though, is when you talk about an IC and technology solution, I have undergone the process of developing a course master at my 2 last schools. So I know it can be done, and I actually advocated. We have an amazing person who knows IC from my former district who retired recently, who is available and is eager to take on this project. The whole state of Wisconsin required that all districts do a course master that aligned to their state. So sort of how we have our A to G, Wisconsin had their list, and all schools had to align their course offerings to that. So she's very knowledgeable about the idea of, how we would have to align to a state. Also doing our numbering system so that it makes more sense to families. I mean, we have some of our math classes are in the 4,000, some of them are in the 8,000, some of them are, there's no rhyme or reason to how we number our courses right now. So I really think that the sooner we start our work on the course master, the better. I was really hoping that we would have it ready this fall so that we could institute with course selection process that starts in January and February, but I think we may have missed that window. So I'm really hopeful that we get it ready for next fall, because again, we'll have that same problem of students are signing up for courses in Infinite Campus with our old numbering system with all of its flaws.
But is there a backup now? I mean, even if we don't get to the master calendar, what are we doing to make sure we don't flip something on or off? Who is it? The district?
I think now Sharon is the person who is at the controls. Sharon back here is she's at the controls of UCOP for our district now. Yes, in very good hands.
So is there any risk for students that are going to graduate that they think they have the A through G's completed, other than what you just told us, for those particular courses?
We know of no other instances other than those 2 courses that have any irregularities, other than what we published in our course offering book is what is now reflected in UCOP. Those are for this particular senior class, and we don't know of any others that have emerged. So for example, that math example, that course was grandfathered, so we no longer have that problem anymore.
So the real reason we put the A through G in wasn't to manage an IT system. Unfortunately, it sounds like that's something that we had to drag along with us. But when a student goes and meets with their counselor to plan the next 4 years, the next 3 years, the next 2 years, what's the check and balance to make sure that they don't miss taking something they need to take?
That process, as Kim described, is very clear and very clean. We have been very consistent in aligning what's in our course offering book with what we recommend to students and what they sign up with. So that process has been very clear and clean and consistent. The process has been unclear and inconsistent with how we communicate with UCOP to make sure that when we say in our course offering book that it's A to G, that each year it really is an A to G approved class, because every year you have to renew.
So do we have visibility, even if it's manual, into how many kids in the junior class are short on A through G classes that they'll need to graduate? I mean, this is what we used to look at. We'd say how many are short on English.
This is what our grade level counselors go through transcripts every time they're posted to look just for that, and our teacher advisors are looking for kids that have fallen off that A to G kind of pathway.
That's information I think, Max, the board needs to see.
Okay.
How short are we, for each class that's coming up?
That is
How
much
short
better
are
data.
we, and which topic areas are our students short on?
Yeah.
And
Like right now, I know like world language is we're seeing more and more students taking world language than we had in the past, and that was part of the alignment to the A to G, which is a great thing. But we're also seeing some of our students not being successful in those world language classes. So now what happens? You know, so we're having those conversations also around the alternative pathways to graduation, because that was a big, what are we going to do when or if?
So, I mean, one of the parts of that conversation was if we could predict it earlier, then we could do things about it and have less kids do alternate pathways. And I'm just looking at Sarah Woodham, who's just going like this.
Yeah, we don't have.
Okay,
we'll have
so
another
that I think is really what
that's
we
a
need
last
to get
resort.
to.
But thank you.
Thank you for the clarifications.
That's helpful.
Okay. So, did everybody say what they wanted to say on
I
this
have a
item?
couple of things that I'd like to.
That's right. We wanted to go back to you. So
to
we'll
do.
give you a shorter round.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think we need to follow up on a couple of points, and I think maybe to have agenda items in the future. One of them on this question of what was our A to G graduation rate in 2016, by broken down by subgroups, so that we understand what that was. I asked about waivers, or what, and I didn't get an answer. But I only asked it last night, so that's not unreasonable. But I'm trying to stress the system. But the fear that the board had, that was expressed 4 years ago, was that waivers would be granted to students from underrepresented minority students and with IEPs, and that that would sort of thwart the purpose of the change in the first place. So I would like us to schedule an agenda item to hear a report on that. And the other is, we appreciate the problems that we see in some of these numbers, but I think we need to now circle back and say, what are we going to do about them? And the two that I think we should discuss in an agenda item or agenda items is this gender gap in STEM A to G classes. And the one, they all are concerning. One that's particularly concerning is the computer science AP classes.
You guys put that up. I think
And
that's slide 20.
because
What
that's
page is that?
such a critical
Base
There you go, thank you.
entry.
right, a critical component of an education in terms of, the jobs of the future, that to have a situation where we have that kind of gap is really not serving our female students well. And so I would like to focus on that problem in an agenda item and think about whether we should do something similar to what we did with the A to G issue, which is simply to mandate completion. That is to add a computer science requirement to our graduation requirements so that we solve the problem not by persuasion but by authority as a possibility. So I would like to do that. And then to take another hard look at why we're seeing such lower participation rates for our underrepresented minority students. You know, I think we need to take the next step and not just bemoan the data.
Lower which rates?
Lower participation rates in our AP classes, which I assume reflects downstream problems, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we have a computer science item coming up
We
for
have tabled
discussion.
it for a few meetings. so.
The curriculum's coming.
But I think we do have one coming up.
Good.
Yeah.
Great, thank
We
you.
do. Ms. Antique would love to present that.
Do you have
I have one question then, it's something Mr. Dauber had kind of highlighted. So I guess it's under the slide, male students are overrepresented or highly represented in AP, particularly in STEM courses. Maybe I read this wrong, but if you look under English and History AP courses, I thought the number is just percent of male on here. So if you have AP English, 37% are male.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not overly represented in AP, right? I mean, so we'd have to, I mean, obviously the rest are females. So you're saying, so art history, only 24% are males. So are overrepresented not in all APs, right? Just it says over in AP.
STEM.
Particularly in STEM, but it says in APs. I mean, and so across the board, and it doesn't seem necessarily to be the case. But again,
all but three.
But there are more APs than this, or is this all the APs classes offered? Is this a list of all the APs? So I don't want to get into hyperbole. I just want to be very careful about how we handle males, females, what are the true numbers. I know the numbers are kind of little, so. You know, just give the facts and say, okay, this is how many, those are how many, and it looks like there's a lot of female students in a lot of the classes. So I just don't want to.
Okay.
Be careful.
Thank you, board.
Back to those third grade boys that were wearing.
Yes, it does.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Did I miss someone?
Well, me.
So sorry.
That's all right.
I jumped right in there, didn't
No,
I?
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. I think you may have been in the back when we were talking about, so the MATD and equity and access plan is coming to us
Yes.
sometime soon. And I think they are discussing what their dashboard might look like or
Yes,
what their
they are.
metrics might look like. It would be great if those things intersected before it came here.
Right.
So there's some great data in here, so by the time they come to us, it would be awesome if they would have some baseline data and have their either goals set with their team or goals they're going to propose to us so that we don't have to iterate on that one more time.
Right.
So having them be bumped from an agenda is actually probably a good thing since they can get a little more,
Oh, they have this, right.
yeah, a little more substance into their plan. Okay, that was it for me.
Okay, terrific. So, colleagues, I want to discuss a little bit about the agenda.
Sure.
We've talked to Ms. Mack, and we can delay our first interim financial report until the December 6th meeting. However, it has to be certified by December 15th, right? Which is before the meeting after that. So you'll have to waive the two-meeting rule. Since it appeared in this packet, I think that's fine for sunshining reasons. We have one comment, and I'm asking that we take the comment since you have waited so long. Thank you, Rita. Why don't you come on up and make a comment, even though we're not going to consider this issue tonight, and I apologize for that.
All right, I'll sit.
But thank you for coming and for waiting.
Thank you. Oops, yeah, I have everything here. So, hello, I'm Rita Tetzoff, and I just wanted to address the
expenditure projections that were included with Kathy Mack's report for the enrollment growth. And I'm concerned because the enrollment growth, net FTE, changed dramatically. It went down from 7 FTE to 2. That's big. And that was just weeks ago. It was 7, and now it's 2. And secondly, nowhere in the forecast can I find anything, any additional FTE needed to meet Dr. McGee's commitment for class sizes at our high schools. So this is over and above the enrollment number growth that Kathy Mack listed. So this is needed because currently our core classes are so high in the high schools. We have classes that are 35 to 37 students, and we have over 15% of the high school sections in core classes are at 32 or above. It's more than even what you said at the enrollment numbers. It's grown. It grew substantially. So the forecast is still just 9 for the high schools, and this doesn't even come close to what we need to really get to the commitment that Dr. McGee made. I estimate that we need another 14 FTE, and this is measurable, a measurable shortfall, and it's because we're so far behind today. It's not because of what we need for the extra enrollment growth, it's because we're so far behind. So where is this FTE expenditure? Why isn't it in the forecast? I keep seeing a forecast every single time, and you still aren't adding it. We need another $1.8 million, and I'd like to ask, please, board, make sure it gets added next time. And then the next kind of concern I have about the enrollment numbers of this reduction from 7 FTE to 2, just in a matter of 2 weeks, is the way you reduced it is because you reduced the number of elementary teachers substantially. You went down from 2 reduction to 7. Now, it's impossible. You're never going to get 7 because 7 means you're getting 24 less students equally from each school, unless you're planning to tell students you don't get to go to your neighborhood school because we need to, you know, have exactly 24 less in your school so that we can reduce the teacher. Otherwise, how are you going to reduce 7 teachers? Because that's the only way you do it is even exact enrollment by grade. And so then I'm worried what's going to happen at the high schools, because you're planning on 9 for the high schools, but 7 comes from the elementary schools. What if you don't get that 7 reduction? Do you then not give the high schools their reduction, their head count? Are you going to then increase class sizes even more? So I'm hoping that you just keep them separate. If the elementary reduction doesn't come through, that's fine, but the high schools cannot lose the 9, and I hope you don't do that. And then there was 3 FTE that you had included originally for projection program additions. I don't see those anywhere anymore. I'd love to see them, and you should write it down so it's not kind of hidden, if you will.
Thank you
and
so
that
much.
was it. Yes.
Okay,
so thank you.
wonderful.
So please, if you could just add these, Kathy, to the report every week, every time. It's just not there. I don't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Setzlaff.
So it would be helpful to have Ms. Mack take those comments into consideration when this comes back, because I think there'll be interest in.
Yeah,
in that.
and we're trying, again, we've been trying to set up a time to have a summit meeting with our experts and with Ms. Tetzlaff and Kadifia on class size. So just a scheduling issue at this point.
Thank you. Okay, we need to do a few quick items, board. The first one is the item G, annual authorization to purchase technology. Dr. McGee.
All right, we have Mr. Golden, we have 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and he's gonna get us out of the inning here.
Well, this was discussed last time. There were no outstanding questions, and because of the amount of money, it was put for action instead of consent.
Right. So colleagues, do you have any other additional?
I just want to mention that I'm going to recuse myself from voting on this item because of the Google connection.
Sure. Okay, so may I have a motion?
I move that we authorize the purchase of this technology.
And second. Ms. Godfrey moved and Ms. Baton-Caswell seconded. All in favor? Aye. So that's 4 in favor and 1 is recusing himself from the vote. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Golden. Okay, on to ratification of tentative agreement on benefits for 2017 with CSEA first. Dr.
So
McGee?
this is an item you saw last time. It's up for action, but I'm going to ask if you'll postpone it as a discussion item and take action on both the CSEA and PAEA items at the same time on December 6th. CSEA has already ratified this. They've had their vote. PAEA should be finished with their vote by the end of this week. And so when we meet again on December 6th, both groups will have ratified.
Okay, so then we'll just remove, okay, so we just
Move this forward as action at the next meeting instead of taking action on this
All
one.
right, so we don't need to vote on it now.
Is there an open enrollment occurring?
Correct.
Without us having to approve this yet?
Well,
Okay.
it's happening with both
They
of them.
haven't, right, we're under the timeline, we have to get this done in time, so they haven't ratified it. We don't want to ratify it until they do.
Open enrollment is happening, but it doesn't take effect until January 1. So
Okay,
you will have
that's
ratified
helpful.
it by then.
That's helpful to know, because I saw people in here doing their business, so
Correct.
it's not kicked until January 1st. Okay, well, we're done.
Okay, so those will come back then. And item J, annual report on school impact fees. Dr. McGee.
Yeah, okay, thank you. This is another statutory report, and just for information, so Ms. Matt.
You have anything for us?
This is the annual report, and we have the financial reports showing that last year we have received $1,008,000 in, or close to $1 million in impact fees, and expenditure of $255,000. Ending fund balance in that fund is almost $5.9 million.
Okay, so colleagues, this is an item we see every year. I recommend that you bring it back on consent for the next meeting, unless you have any questions about it.
So this is only for information. No
Oh, it's
action
just
is
information.
necessary.
Excellent.
Never mind.
We like that money.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. The next three items we are not taking up at this meeting. We will move them to the next agenda. And does anybody have any reports for board operations?
I have some quick things.
Really quick.
Yep, go ahead.
There's a city school liaison committee meeting on Thursday, which I will remember to go to. Godfrey's looking at me. The Madrigal Feast, which is done every year, they just opened ticket sales. And the date of it is that weekend of, I think it's December 3rd and 4th. And it's at 2 o'clock. They're doing it differently than they've done it before, because you can't bring food into the Performing Arts Center, but you'll still get food. You'll just have to eat it outside, and then during intermission, you'll get to eat it again. So I encourage you guys to go. I think it's a new writer this year, and so it's a different, even if you've gone before, it'll be different than it was before. And well, it doesn't matter. The last thing doesn't matter.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to report?
That same date is the Buena Vista Posada, which is a big party.
But you have 2 days to choose from.
Oh, 2 days to choose from.
Tuesdays to choose from.
And the Posada is like 4 hours long, but so December 3rd is the Posada for those of you who likes to go.
So I encourage you then to buy your tickets for the 4th.
All right, I'm going to float the date of next Monday, the 21st, between 8 and 10 a.m. for our study session. Does that work for everyone?
Well, I think we heard from students that they wanted it to be at a time when they could attend, so in the evening. So I don't think that a morning session is going to work for that.
Okay, I don't have any evenings before Thanksgiving, so it will have to be pushed back then. Or you guys can have the meeting without me.
Well, then I think we need to have it in the day. Of course, we have to have it with you here. I mean, and the community was expecting that.
is there a way to provide student voice in some other way?
Well, it seems we emphasize a lot how important it is for people to come
Well,
to the
maybe
meetings.
making
We
people
hear that
write
constantly.
letters.
People came, they took the time to show up, so we ought to give the students and the faculty that opportunity.
Yeah, I don't see how we can, I mean, is there a late afternoon time that we can make, or?
Yeah.
Like a 4 to 6 or something?
How about on Friday?
Yeah, we could look at 4 to 6.
My,
you-
my
great.
brother's getting married Friday, so.
Oh, right,
How
the
about a Monday 4 to
Bring
6?
them along.
Yeah, bring him along.
This Friday?
Oh, yeah,
That's more
well,
fun.
he's getting married Saturday with the rehearsals, and I am his best man and his
Oh.
sole surviving brother.
How about Monday 4 to 6? Would that work?
Yes, Monday 4 to 6 would work.
So it is.
I
Monday
can do
4 to
Monday
6.
4 to 6.
I can do
Can
Monday 4 to
everybody
6.
do Monday 4 to 6?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Do you want me to check in real
Yes,
time?
please.
I will make it work, whatever, for these students.
What day, what?
21st.
21st?
And then we have Turkey Day, Thursday and Friday.
Yes, that works for me.
Okay, so Dr.
How about
McGee,
that?
then our study session
Yay.
on weighted GPA will be held Monday, November 21st, between 4 and 6 p.m. Right here. Okay,
Hooray.
thank you, we are adjourned.
We are adjourned.